Good morning, everyone. I just want to confirm that I'm audible. Can someone just confirm?
Good morning, Chairperson. We can hear you clearly.
Good morning. Thank you, DM. Good morning to everyone. I see there are still a few people that are busy joining, but mostly I think everyone is on. I just want to welcome everyone back again. It's been quite some time since the Police Portfolio Committee has had a meeting, and there have been quite a few things that have happened in between. The ad hoc committee has kicked off regarding the allegations made by the provincial commissioner in KZN, and so it's been a busy time nonetheless. I would like to ask Babalwa first if we have quorum to continue. Babalwa?
Good morning, Chairperson, members. Yes, we do have a quorum. We can start a meeting.
Thank you, Babalwa. I'd first like to ask whether we can move to adopt the agenda. Honourable Schikkerling.
Good morning, Chairperson, to you and all the members of the South African Police Services and the other colleagues on the line, the honourable members. I hereby move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Is there anyone to second that? Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do second.
Thank you, Honourable Mokoena. We then move to adopt the agenda. Colleagues, I will then ask Babalwa to just share with us the apologies, if any. Babalwa? Babalwa, can you hear me? Just want you to share the apologies, please.
Recording in progress.
I think Babalwa will come back to us now, colleagues. I'm going to start with a very, very brief opening. There's no long opening remarks. I want to start first by just acknowledging again the South African Police Service Commemoration Day this past Sunday for the 27 police members that lost their lives in the line of duty over the past year. Although it was slightly lower than the previous year, it's heartbreaking to see the impact that it has on those families. I think I was saying to DM Boshielo yesterday that what gets to me at least, and I believe everyone else too, is when you see the children who come to that wreath-laying ceremony, and you realize how many young children are left fatherless or motherless after such a horrific thing happened to them. And I think it's important for us to just take a brief moment to recognize them. It's sometimes very easy to criticize work of the police, but I don't always remind myself enough about the sacrifices that many of the members made. So I just want to firstly start with that, and I also want to congratulate, even though it's in a sad setting, the SAPS in the way that whole process was handled. It was really incredibly well done, and it is something that I think can be very proudly arranged or presented by the South African Police Service. Furthermore, I think we will engage in the other parts of the discussion later on. Today on the agenda, we will have a brief moment to consider the committee report on the committee strategic plan. Most of you know that last week the committee met specifically to have a session regarding the strategic plan of the committee. So we will go through those resolutions briefly, and then hopefully we can move to adopt the report. After that, we have a session with different departments regarding the first quarter performance and expenditure, specifically regarding SAPS, IPID, and the Secretariat. So we will be welcoming the National Commissioner, also the Acting Executive Director for IPID, as well as Mr. Sabui from the Secretariat to present those to us, after which we will engage in the relevant discussion. I would like to, firstly, before we kick off with the strategic plan, while the team maybe puts that on the screen for us, I would like to just walk through the resolutions that were made during the strategic planning session, that all the members know what has been, or just confirm again what their additions and potential edits were during that session. It was quite a detailed discussion, but it was I think it was in a very positive, it was done in a very positive light. So I'm going to start. Babalwa and Nicolette, would you be willing to share that on the screen for us, please? Babalwa, if you can hear me now, please just share before we start with that if there were any apologies for today. Colleagues, I think we've lost Babalwa. Babalwa?
Good morning, Jay. Indeed, we have lost Babalwa. We received apologies only from the Minister of Police as well as Reverend Meshru.
Thank you, Nicolette. If at all possible to share that, otherwise I'm going to walk through it. Everyone has received it via email too. There we go, Nicolette is sharing it. So we worked through that strategic plan, and it's the strategic plan specifically from 2024 to 2030. The resolutions that were made during that session started with the constituency-linked oversight visits, and we basically said, and you'll read this in the report as well, that constituency-linked oversight visits will, as far as possible, be formally integrated into the committee's oversight program to strengthen accountability at community level, and this will allow the committee to build a body of evidence on the state of police stations to supplement limited committee oversight visits. I want to emphasize this to everyone, that committee members, we agreed that committee members will sometimes go and use the relevant oversight tool that we have prepared, that they can go and use and ask the relevant questions at police stations or at different units. And we will then compile that into a formal committee report, after which that report, along with recommendations, will be submitted to the relevant persons, obviously through the Parliamentary Liaison Office. We will then make sure that we are able to follow up on those. This also gives us a way to reach more places. Instead of waiting for the entire committee to be able to go to 3 or 4 or 5 places, we can continuously work through the different oversight matters or places. The second one was the engagements with the Minister of Police will be increased, and this is a must. And we said that with provision made for after hours and post plenary meetings to mitigate scheduling conflicts. This, of course, referencing the issue regarding cabinet that often clashes with the committee. It also, and it's important to highlight this, that it's very frustrating that crime being such a crisis in the country, we struggle to get everyone together, and that there are these program clashes. And so we have suggested, and we will come up with the relevant program suggestions as we go along, to choose certain evenings after plenary to have 2 or 3 hours engagements where we can actually engage the minister himself too. Then furthermore, on the third point in the resolutions is that the committee resolved that all substantive deliberations will be conducted physically, with virtual meetings reserved solely for administrative or procedural matters. This is self-explanatory. The fourth one is that the committee will engage with recognized and official police unions incorporated into the SSPC, thereby ensuring structured and representative dialogue. The fifth is to safeguard the integrity of investigations and due process. The committee resolved that live or ongoing cases will not be formally discussed during committee meetings. The sixth one is the committee will oversee and request SAPS to develop and implement a structured feedback system to keep victims of crime regularly informed on the progress of investigations and thereby reinforcing a victim-centered policing model. Then, for the very last, in conclusion, the committee adopted the urgent matrix to ensure its limited time and resources are directed towards issues that are both time sensitive and have the greatest impact on public safety, such as violent crime, GBVF, and forensic backlogs. This approach allows the committee to balance urgent crises with long-term reforms by structuring and prioritizing its oversight work. So that gives us a way to continually focus on important matters, but also prioritize. I guess everything is important, but we need to prioritize because of time constraints that we sometimes have. So colleagues, that is basically the report. Everyone has received it. I've now gone through the resolutions. I would like to ask whether we can move to adopt the strategic plan for the Police Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Honorable Garner. You're welcome.
Yeah, no, I'm in the meeting. I'm waiting for the full members to adopt. The points that were made have been captured. So I'm appealing on the members that were there on the day to confirm that what we had discussed is reflected. Because I'm not a full member, I don't want to contaminate further. But having participated fully, what you have presented captures the essence of the discussion. And so the full members that were there, they can move for that adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Garner. So to the full members, may we move for the adoption? Colleagues, remember as well, I must just say that this includes the adoption of the APP as discussed. So it's part of it. Colleagues, is there anyone that's still on the platform wanting to adopt this the strategic plan? It's quite awkward. Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chairperson. Unfortunately, I was not at that meeting, so I can't move for the adoption. I think perhaps we should just ask the members that are on the platform today who were there to adopt. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling. There we go, Honorable Muela. Thanks, the Matale, Honorable Muela.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and greetings to members and all members of the executive in the platform and all officials of the police services. I would like to move for to second the strategic planning as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muela. So that is the move for the adoption. May I have a second to that, please, from another full member of the committee? And then I think we should consider adopting the Matale as the whip for today, along with Honorable Garner. Maybe there can be a cooperative agreement.
Agreed, Chair.
You're welcome, DM. Can I please have a second to that, colleagues? I see the Honorable Klute is on here. I just want to double check.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Honorable Klute. Colleagues, can we have a second, please?
Honorable Klute, second.
Thank you, Honorable Klute. We then move to adopt the strategic report and APP of the Police Portfolio Committee. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for everyone's input on that. I just want to briefly also again say thank you to both DM Boshielo and DM Matale, as well as Mr. Sabui from the Secretariat for also attending that day, especially for the initial briefing before we worked through the strategic plan. So thank you to you once again for making the time to join us on the day. We appreciate it. We then move to the next point on the agenda, which is the consideration of the first quarter performance and expenditure of SAPS, IPID and the CSPS. I would like to firstly ask DM Matale or DM Boshielo. I'm not sure who's whipping between the two today, but possibly if through you.
I am, Chair.
There we go, dear Matale. If I can give the floor to you to introduce the National Commissioner as well, and then we can kick off with the presentation from SAPS. Thank you, dear Matale.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to members of the committee, DM Boshielo, National Commissioner, DG Sabui, and the acting head of IPID, Dr. Bila. It's an honor and a pleasure for us to appear before the committee this morning to present our first quarter expenditure and performance of both the three entities. We will be presenting SAPS, led by the National Commissioner and the team. I'll request that through you, Chair, we request the National Commissioner to lead in the presentation of the first quarter expenditure and performance report, and bearing in mind that the report has already been sent to the committee, so the committee is well familiar with the contents of the report. As we present, we might not have to read word by word, but present in such a manner that we provide the necessary information to the committee. Through you, National Commissioner, through you, Chair, if we can allow the National Commissioner to present. And thanks for the opportunity to appear before you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Matale. General Masemola, welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and honorable members. Without wasting time, let me start with the report. We do have the report, of course, Honorable Chair. For the first quarter, Honorable Chair, out of the 69 key performance areas, we were able to achieve 142, which is 61%, and in 27, which is 39%, we did not achieve our targets. And in terms of expenditure, we are standing at 23.8%. We're supposed to, in linear terms, we're supposed to be at 25. So, but we are not very far, and especially the fact that it's during the first quarter. And with regard to the various programs, program 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, Honorable Chairperson, you know that in the past we always have a Discord where you find program 4 having achieved over 90% of their targets, and program 2 and 3 not performing so well. So we worked through that when we were developing our annual performance plan, as you recall. And we also reviewed the targets for detectives. We increased them, and we aligned the key performance areas from program 2, 3, and 4. So as a result, the performance for the first quarter will look quite low in terms of all the 3 programs. Reason being exactly that we align each and every one so that there is no discord. They should talk to one another because we are dealing with the same crime threats right through. I'm going to allow General Ravi to take us through both the expenditure part of the presentation as well as the performance information. Thank you, Chairperson and members. Thanks, DM. General Ravi.
Thank you, National Commissioner, and good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the committee, our Honourable Deputy Ministers in attendance, and the senior management of the various entities. I will be taking the meeting through the presentation as indicated. We will be focusing on the financials as well as the performance information for Q1 of the current financial year. The financial performance, the National Commissioner already indicated that the targeted linear projection of 25%, although we are quite close to the 25% expenditure in the quarter, the committee must just note that there are factors that influence expenditure like the delivery of vehicles and HR-related practices and invoicing timelines from Public Works. Overall, as NAS communicated, we spend 23.8% of the budget in the first quarter of the current financial year. Chairperson, if one look at the various financial programs, you will note that they are all very close to the targeted 25%, as indicated on the slide. And it all calculates to 23.8% for the total department. So the spending in the various programs currently is in line with the targets that we've set for the department. In terms of the various programs, Chairperson, overall, as I indicated, the anticipated expenditure was planned for 25%. We are very close to that, and that is relevant to all 5 of the programs. As far as all 5 of the programs are concerned, there are HR priorities that will be implemented in the third quarter that will influence expenditure at that specific time, and also impacting on all the programs is vehicle orders that has been placed that will be delivered in this financial year. I just want to highlight in terms of program 2, noting the G20 conference that is being hosted and during November, and there will be expenditure that relates to that. In terms of program 3, it's only the ICJS spending that is lower than planned at this point in time. Moving to program 4, there's nothing specific to mention there. And program 5, the same, except for the fact that within that program, compensation remains the major cost driver for expenditure in program 5. Chairperson, on slide number 8, there is a breakdown of the cost items as per the budget. I will not go through this slide specifically because I will be going into the detail in the next slides. In terms of compensation, that is the first item. It compromises 24% of the budget, and noting that there will be HR priorities implemented in the third quarter. And important for the committee to note is the plus minus 5,500 students that will progress to constable in the second and third quarter, and 5,500 student trainees that will be enlisted in February, as well as the pay progression that will be implemented in the third quarter. Coming to the spending on goods and services, noting that we have not received various invoices from the Public Works on lease payments and municipal invoices. There are 2 months involved, May and June for leases, and municipal invoices, April and May. The annual Microsoft licensing, that is also quite a significant cost driver, will be processed in the second quarter, and the G20 conference expenses that will also impact expenditure in the third quarter. Transfers and subsidies, there we are on track with our vehicle license renewal processes, the SASETA payments. The exit benefits for retired members due to natural attrition was slightly higher than what we initially planned, and the payments of civil claims are also higher than anticipated. That might require reprioritization of funding. Capital assets, that was in line with spending, but this will normally gain momentum through the financial year. And machinery and equipment are on track. And also for the committee to note is that our delivery of vehicles is more frequent because of the early placement of orders as far as that is concerned. So overall, we anticipate, Chairperson, the full expenditure of our allocation. We as a department are committing to no overspending and unauthorized expenditure to be incurred in the 25-26 financial year. But it is important to note that we remain under pressure as far as the budget is concerned with the baseline reductions that were introduced. Just mentioning the 2.9 billion reduction, that 11.9% that was introduced in the 25-26 financial year. And this is resulting in the underfunding of some of the SAPS activities. And this is also contributing to the fact that we have limited enhancements of tools of trade within the department. Moving to performance information for quarter one, the National Commissioner already highlighted the overall performance of the department. There are two programs on the slide, Chairperson, where there are concerns about the performance. You will note in program 2, 8 of the targets were not achieved, and in program 3, 12 of the targets were not achieved. If one look at the next slide, that indicates the various business units that are contributing to the performance. 8 of the business units are below 100% of the target, with 4 of them that recorded performance below 50%, that I will highlight in the following slides. And just indicating, Chairperson, that the 61% achievement of targets in the first quarter of the current financial year is in line with the trends that were recorded in the previous financial year. Chairperson, I'm going to skip slides 15 and 16 as I will be dealing with this in detail or in more detail when we want to look at the various programs. In program 1, we have achieved the majority of the targets. As indicated, there were 3 that are problematic. The detective commander training, Chairperson, that is slightly below the target, but we anticipate that that will be achieved because of some of the training programs that extend over the quarters and the administrative processes. When that is updated, we anticipate that the targets will be achieved. We have done the procurement alignment to women-owned businesses. There we have exceeded the target. We have implemented the integrated person management system at 21 sites. The national network communication upgrades, that is in progress and in line with what we have planned for the year. On this slide, it is the second one that is problematic is the CCTV systems. Chairperson, there we are making use of 21 suppliers, and they were just inundated with the requests for quotations and the physical site visits that needs to be conducted. And as a result of that, there is a delay, but we have introduced procurement guiding models to the respective provinces to ensure that this process is more streamlined going forward. The other targets in terms of audits and etc., that has been achieved. Inspections by our inspectorate is that conducted 68. We have recorded a loss of 119 firearms. Although that is always concerning, it is lower than what was recorded in the previous financial year. And then, Chairperson, the last one in program 1 is the initiation of disciplinary hearings that follows investigations, allegations of corruptions. We have a number of investigations that are pending for placement on the roll that is currently being delayed primarily due to the appointment of functionaries. The National Commissioner has introduced a measure to deal with that through the delegation of appointment authority to brigadier level and above. And they will also be conducting regular engagements and accountability sessions to improve performance in this regard. Chairperson, the next slide I've already dealt with, so I'm going to program 2. In terms of program 2, this is the visible policing program. There are a couple of areas where we did not achieve our targets. The first one is the CPF self-assessment, which is a new initiative by the department to monitor the functioning of CPFs. We had some teething problems there that we are currently in the process to deal with, and it is anticipated that it will be achieved in the next quarters. National imbizos, we had slightly lower than planned in terms of the national ones because of the availability of the ministry and national management to conduct these, but this will be corrected. We've conducted 97 provincial imbizos, 95 new schools have been added to the school safety program. We are a bit below the targeted recovery of illegal firearms. That includes SAPS owned firearms. 8 provinces did not achieve the target. We've conducted inspections at some of the stations to determine whether all recoveries are recorded. And at 16 stations, it was identified that 144 circulations were not timely captured, and that is influencing our records of the recovery of police-owned firearms and illegal firearms. And corrective measures have been implemented, and we anticipate that this will improve in the next quarter. Chairperson, then the firearm application licenses, we are doing very well, 95% that are being processed in timelines. The command center, our call handle ratio is standing at 82%. Just for the committee to note that at the 10111 command centers, we received over 2 million calls. Then, Chairperson, the next 3 that talks to the incidents of contact crime as a whole category, and then against women and children. The National Commissioner indicated that we have aggressively adjusted our targets. Now we are targeting a 25% reduction. Now, for contact crimes against women, there was a decrease of 4.1%. For children, it increased with 1.8%. And then, if I can just jump to the next slide, there's a decrease of 5.6% in reported incidents of contact crime. Now, although this is very good compared to where we come from in the previous years, we are not yet at the level where we are achieving the 25% target. Just a short note, Chairperson, on the women and children. As we previously communicated with the committee, that we are also encouraging communities through awareness programs to report incidents against women and children. And this might influence the reporting, and we might see upward trends as far as that is concerned. The JCPS clusters 90 days acceleration plan that has been approved is currently implemented under an adjoint GBVF strategy. Then let me just get to the next one, extortion. The extortion one, Chairperson, as a result of the fact that this is a national priority, we anticipated an increase in reporting because of the measures that the department implemented, including the establishment of hotlines, etc. The 620 incidents were recorded, and although some of these could be prevented through visible policing, for instance, at your high-risk sites like construction sites, it is also important to note that a lot of these incidents are committed via the internet and online or the cyberspace, and those are very difficult to prevent through normal police prevention measures. The crowd management incidents, they are recorded there, Chairperson. The deployment of our national intervention units, they have responded to all the incidents that they were required to attend to, as it is reflected on the slide. And in terms of border control, we have responded to all the crime-related hits that relates to wanted persons and the circulation of stolen goods, with the figures that are represented at the bottom of the slide. And then the last one that relates to border control is the profiling of and searching of goods coming into the country. And we specifically focus on the illegal facilitation of persons' entry to the country, contraband, illicit goods, and stolen and robbed property. And the committee will note that as far as the 3 types of ports of entry, that is your land ports, your seaports, and the airports, we have all of those that have been profiled and searched. As targeted, they are reflected on the screen, and we have achieved 100% in that regard as well. Moving to Chairperson, I dealt with the reasons for deviation as I was going through the respective indicators. So I'm going to move to Program 3. Program 3 doesn't look that very good at the moment, Chairperson. And what is also contributing to this, we indicated previously to the committee that we have drastically increased the targets in this environment. And the majority of the areas where we are not achieving the target is as a result of capacity constraints that we are facing in Program 3, which is currently addressed by the National Commissioner through the introduction of an intervention to increase the capacity in the detective service environment. For now, we have not achieved our targets for the detection rate for contact crime, that is on 47%, for murder, that is on 10%. Compliance of buccal samples, that is a legislative requirement for 100%. There we have experienced some internal problems with regard to the timely distribution of the kits that has been addressed. We have established coordinating committees or coordinators in the respective provinces to ensure that this is being dealt with. Additional kits have been distributed to provinces with shortages, and we have another 30,000 kits that has been scheduled for delivery in August 2025. So the Chairperson, yeah, that will be reported on in the second quarter. With the utilization of our investigative leads, Chairperson will note here that we have moved our focus to the arrest that has been made as a result of these investigative leads that are generated by our forensic capability. We have not achieved the targeted number of arrests due to the DNA person-to-crime leads, crime-to-crime leads, as well as the fingerprint leads. We have established a capability that is dealing with the follow-up on investigative leads, but unfortunately they are also faced with the issue of undercapacitation that is influencing the achievement of targets. The detection rate for contact crimes against women and children is below the target. 70% for women, and for children it is 63.7%. And our detection rate for infrastructure-related crime and extortion is also below the targets as it is reflected there. And just once again sensitizing that the majority of this is as a result of the capacitation problem that we are facing in that specific area. In the Criminal Record Center, we are performing very well in terms of the capturing of criminal records and the generating of previous conviction reports. The forensic labs, Chairperson, that is a problem at the moment. We are targeting a 75% finalization rate. We are standing at 28.81% at the end of the first quarter. And as a result of that, one will see an increase in the backlog. We are targeting a backlog of not more than 20%. We ended the quarter with a backlog of 50.05%. In terms of the indicators at the bottom that relates to the work of DPCI on serious commercial crime, cybercrime, the clandestine drug labs, and serious corruption, they have achieved all their targets, and there's no concerns in that specific area. Chairperson, I've dealt with the reasons for deviation as I was presenting. Maybe I can just highlight as far as the FSL is concerned, wanting to inform the committee that we have seen a 47% increase in the caseload in this environment since 21-22. We have also human resource constraints in that environment and a number of operational disruptions that is influencing the functionality of the labs. And that includes some of the systems that are down for periods of time and infrastructure challenges like the flood damage in the KZN. But we are attending to these, and the IT issues are being addressed. And we are also looking at the expanding of the new facilities that is happening in Pretoria and in Durban. Chairperson, Program 4, one will note there that as the National Commissioner indicated, we changed the focus of the program to look at the number of arrests that is aligned with the priorities that are reflected in Program 2 and 3. And there in terms of the contact crime arrest, as a result of intelligence products, all these arrests that are reflected on this slide is the outcome of intelligence products that have been generated. We have set these targets informed by previous arrests in the previous financial year. So the focus is no longer on the number of intelligence products that are issued, but rather the outcome of these. The organized crime, one can see there's quite a significant increase, but in areas of contact crime, we're still below the target. And this is primarily as a result of our record-keeping system in SAPS that needs to be improved because the updates on the outcome of intelligence products are not adequately done timeously, and measures have been implemented to ensure that this is done within time. Within the first one that talks to security clearances, Chairperson, we have done 78 of the targeted 1,500 for the year, which is below the target. And the reason why we are seeing that is also as a result of capacity constraints in that environment, as well as the required update of the technology that is being used for the purpose of conducting the security clearances. Both these matters are currently being addressed, and we will hopefully see improvement in the next quarter. Just on the overt mandatory physical security assessments, we've adjusted this target quite higher after we had the opportunity, Chairperson, to review our APP. And although 130 was done, we were targeting 175. Normally, we achieved this target. We've already adjusted the operational approach in that environment, and it is anticipated that the targeted assessments will be done in the financial year. Moving to Program 5, this is Protection and Security Services. Chairperson, they are responsible, Honourable Chairperson, for the national key point evaluations and the strategic installations. They have done all that we have targeted for the quarter. It was only as far as security breaches at VIP residences is concerned that we had a security breach. And the reason for that is there was failure to comply with the operating procedure and the residents not meeting the minimum physical security standards. This has been dealt with through the introduction of a directive by PSS, as well as the weekly accountability meetings that are now being conducted with provincial heads to ensure that all the protocol are being adhered to and that the residences meet the minimum requirements. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members of the committee, that concludes the presentation from the South African Police Service on our financial expenditure and performance for the first quarter of the financial year. Thank you for the opportunity, Honourable Chairperson.
Yeah,
Thank you, General Rabi.
All right, thanks, Chairperson. That is the presentation from the SAPS. And yeah, Chair, you did speak about when you started about the Mamelodi incident. Yeah, it's one of those a sad story that has happened. We don't know what happened with the 32-year-old constable stationed at Boschkop. And yeah, so as we have seen, this thing started yesterday morning early, and it looks like the cousin or the nephew. The 18-year-old was probably shot earlier in the morning, and at least he was able to release his mother during the course of the day, and later in the evening towards midnight he couldn't surrender himself, and then he killed himself. We don't know, but as I said, he's stationed at the Boschkop police station, but he was deployed at the Tshwane district infrastructure unit, your EIT unit for, not unit, but actually the task team for Tshwane. That's where he was working. So yeah, it's one of those things, but we will, of course, investigate the matter and check with commanders as to what went wrong. Let me hold it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. Yeah, I was reading the reports on it. It's a very sad story. Thank you, General Rabi, for your presentation, and thank you for sticking to the time, in fact, leaving us even extra time. We are going to engage in discussion after the other presentations, so if there are questions, please just note them, and then we will come back. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Bia, the Acting Executive Director for IPID, to do the next round for us. Doctor. I've skipped Dear Matale. Dear Matale, I should have gone to you to whip first. Apologies.
No, you were quite right, Chair, because in my input, I did indicate that we're making the three presentations, first led by General Masemola, Dr. Bila, and Gigi Sbui. So you were quite right, Chair. Thank you. We can proceed along that line. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Dr. Bila, it's the floor is yours.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair, committee members, DMs, and colleagues. Basically, here we will be presenting financial performance as well as APP performance. I just want to highlight that as much as we seem not to have done well in the first quarter, there is a catch-up plan mainly on the core business wherein we performed at 67%. We are having a clear catch-up plan which is working very well. And I have to indicate that if we were to report on a real time, meaning that performance as to date, you will see a different picture. So meaning that we are trying by all means to ensure that we catch up. And also on the question of backlog, we are having a clear strategy of actually reducing such. We have secured the services of retired detectives who are actually impactful in terms of their work. And one other thing which I think it is critical to note before I hand over to the CFO and Ms. Elitlape, who will be presenting, it's a question of value creation in terms of our work, wherein we have managed to improve in terms of criminal convictions. In the quarter under review, I can indicate that we secured 15 criminal convictions, of which 5 of those deal with death as a result of police action, with 3 talking to rape by police officials. Another matter which I think I need to note is a question of on the court roll matters. We are sitting with 1,090 on the criminal court roll. And of those matters...
Apologies, Doctor. I think we're not following on the presentation. We're still on the cover slide.
Yes, I will hand over. I'm just giving a high level.
Okay. 100%.
So that,
apologies.
No, thank you, Chair. On the court roll matter, we are having 201 deaths as a result of police action, and also around 100 insofar as rape by police officers are concerned. I will now hand over to the CFO, Mr. Patrick Sitsedi, who will deal with financial performance. And in his presentation, he will also deal with governance matters since we are maturing in that area. And of course, he will clarify on which area specifically, including lifestyle audit. And then after that, Ms. Susan Litlape will deal with APP performance, and the question of impact will be clearly articulated at that level. I will hand over to Mr. Patrick Sitsedi, who is the CFO. Thank you.
Thank you, Bila. Chairperson, good morning to you. Our EMs, head of entities, as well as colleagues on the platform. Chair, mine is to take you through the financial performance of this organization for the first quarter, April to June 2025. Can we go to the first slide? After financial performance, please. Yes, thank you so much. Chair, this is the financial performance of IPID. Chair, you will note that we've got 3 programs. The first program is administration, which is your support services, where we house your ICT, your human resource, your vetting, as well as your security. And the second program, you also have your core function, which is investigation and provincial coordination, where we house your 9 provinces and their satellite offices. The last program is what we call an enabling program, Chair, legal compliance, information and stakeholder management. Chair, you'll note that the bulk of the budget is in program 2, which is your investigation and provincial coordination, where all provinces are housed. This is where the actual work is taking place. Chair, we planned, according to the straight line projection, we plan to have 25% by this time. However, when you looked at administration, you will note that administration was exactly on the 25% as planned. And going to program 2, program 2 was on 21.7%. I will explain the difference when we go to the program. Legal compliance, information and stakeholder management, the program was sitting at 13.8% by the end of the period under review. Moving to economic classification, Chair, also here, due to nature of our business, which is labor intensive, you'll note that the bulk of our IPID budget allocation is in compensation of employees, and followed by goods and services, where operational activities are taking place. And lastly, the machinery and equipment. These are the key economic classifications that are holding the bulk or the significant part of our budget. In total, Chair, for period under review, the department utilized 22.40% against the straight line projection of 25%, which result into 0.25% underspending 1 million in monetary value. Next slide. Okay, now moving to program 1, the support services. We have corporate services, which did fairly well within the budget. We also have what we call departmental management. Chair, you will note that from departmental management up to the last sub-program, we have highlighted them in red, mainly because of past the target that was set for the period under review. Departmental management, Chair, this is where we are paying lifestyle audit. So the expenditure is controlled by the invoices that we are receiving from SIU as and when they have completed a particular phase. The next part is financial services. Chair, you might have heard that we have completed our audit for the financial year 24-25. Good news is that we received a clean audit, and we have since paid all the invoices that were issued by AGSA for the period in which was audited. And we also have internal audit, Chair, which also utilized 29.6 of their budget allocation. Chair, here, this is the first year of our audit committee, and they were only appointed this financial year, including the chairperson of the risk committee, in order for the department to comply with those governance structures. So, Chair, each and every time after you have appointed these governance structures, because of these members are external, we conduct what we call inductions. So we had to invite them for induction. So they were paid for those hours as well as the traveling that they have made during this particular process. The last one is your office accommodation. Chair is also on red, mainly because of we've got two categories of our office accommodation budget. One is a devolved fund, which is allocated under office accommodation, and one is a voted fund, which is allocated under program 2 and program 1. So what we do, we normally start with office accommodation devolved fund, which we are expected to exhaust somewhere in October. And once we have exhausted that, we will then go to the voted funds within 2 programs so that we can start paying invoices that will be coming for the next 6 months. So there is no much pressure here because there is a budget allocated to other programs. Okay, moving to economic classifications. Compensation of employees for this program, we are at 23% against 25%. There are quite a number of positions that are still not being filled. HR is currently in the process of filling those positions. You go to goods and services, Chair, we are sitting at 29%, mainly because of the areas that I've highlighted in those sub-programs above. And I will also jump to machinery and equipment. Chair, we budgeted for laptops. As I'm making presentations, the delivery happened, and we are currently processing the invoice for about 78 laptops. And this 2.9 million will be utilized in the second quarter. All in all, Chair, for this program, which is the support service, we were able to spend 25%, which is on par with the projected target. Next slide. Chair, moving to program 2, which is our core function. Chair, you will note that we are not doing well on forensic investigation services, as well as your investigation management. The area that we are doing quite well is on your investigation services, where provinces are housed or budgeted for. Forensic services, Chair, Forensic Services, Chair, we have planned to move in the current financial year, which is 25-26. There were quite a number of positions that were planned for and budgeted for. However, due to delay in finalization of the structure, those positions have not been filled. We're hoping that the process will be finalized soon, and once it is finalized, the position for forensic services will be filled. And same to investigation management. There are a number of positions there that were created to support our investigators, and they are just waiting for finalization of the structure. Moving to economic classification, compensation of employees, Chair, you also noted that that's where the bulk of our allocation is, and we are reporting 24% against 25%, which is an at least expected expenditure. Goods and services, by the period under review, end of the period, we were at 16.3%. And jumping to machinery and equipment, Chair, we have set aside a budget of 6.1 million there, mainly to replace our aged vehicles. We rely on our vehicles, Chair, for the investigations. And those vehicles, majority of them, Chair, they have passed the prescribed mileage. We always set aside a budget within our limited resources to replace those vehicles that have reached their mileage, mainly because of majority of them, they become expensive when it comes to maintenance because of the mileage. Overall, Chair, the programs in terms of performance for period under review was 21% against 25%. In monetary value, the underspending was 7.1 million. Next slide. Chair, going to legal compliance, which is an enabling program to our core function. You've got 3 sub-programs there, which are legal compliance, monitoring and quality assurance, policy research and information management, as well as your stakeholder management. So, Chair, out of these 3 sub-programs, the first 2 sub-programs were new programs, sub-programs, which were created in the financial year under review, and positions were also created to capacitate these functions and also to support the core functions. As a result of that, Chair, the structure is currently going through different processes in terms of consultations, and once that process is done, the positions that have been budgeted for in these 2 sub-programs will then be filled. Overall, based on the delay in filling those positions, the program performed at 13% and against the 25%. In monetary value, the underspending was 2.9% for period under review. And also to mention that due to the delay in finalization of the regulations, there were workshops that were planned to take place from the beginning of the financial year. However, the responsible officials could not perform those workshops until the regulations were finalized. They've only started now in the second quarter to conduct those workshops. We are hoping to see a better performance as far as the expenditure is concerned. Next slide. Chair, we've thought that we should also share with Chairperson and the honorable members of this committee the performance on the provinces. Chair, you will recall that we have shared with you and your committee the criteria that we used to allocate the budget for each province. We considered the case intake, we considered the size of the province, distance traveled by the province, as well as the complexity of the cases that are allocated to provinces and investigators. So, Chair, the 4 provinces that are holding a significant chunk of our budget is your Gauteng, KZN, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape. And you also note that those mentioned provinces are also showing red in terms of the expenditure because of the case intake, as well as the distances that they are traveling during the investigation process. Next slide. We also thought that, Chair, it's important to share with you some of the cost drivers. Our cost drivers, Chair, will obviously be our office accommodations in 9 provinces, including satellite offices where exist. And we also have your travel and subsistence. As Chair and honorable members will know that the investigation requires a lot of traveling. And this is where now we incur cost as far as this item is concerned. And then we also have consultancy, and I think I must also clarify here, Chair. This consultancy is not for any service that we can do internally. This is mainly for a lifestyle audit that was conducted by the SIU on behalf of the department because we don't have internal capacity to do that exercise. And also the payments that we have made to your audit committee, as well as the chairperson of the risk committee. And one of the items that is also facing a red flag in terms of the expenditure is fleet services. As I've indicated, Chair, we rely more on traveling during the investigations, as our investigators are expected to visit the victims, to visit the complainants, and also attend crime scenes as well as court attendance. So they need support as far as transport is concerned. And you will also note that one of the items that is also showing a pressure is your audit cost. Chair, there is no pressure here because of the audit has been concluded. And we have since settled all the invoices that the AGSA has issued for the service that they've rendered to this department. Next slide. Chair, you will recall that when we appeared before this committee during the APP as well as the budget, we mentioned some of the key activities that are included in our current budget, and we made commitment to continue and implement such. One was the quality of investigations, Chair, to make sure that when we submit our recommendations to SAPS as well as our referral to NPA, the quality has been checked in various classes of cases. The second one was the backlog, Chair. You will recall that we reported more than 50,000 of backlog cases. And we also made commitment to implement the strategy and deal with the backlog. Dr. Bila has already touched on it, reporting that we have since employed the retired detective in order to assist in reduction of the backlog cases. Chair, one of the areas that we touched on during that period was the development of our own case management, mainly to make sure that it interfaces with other systems within law enforcement agencies, and also to make sure that we own the intellectual property for this system, considering the nature of data that we keep in this case management system. Chair, we have since made a progress. The service provider is currently on site, working with our investigators to develop this system and customize it accordingly so that it can be handed over to investigators. The fourth one, implementation of ICT. We also, Chair, reported the challenge on our aged ICT infrastructure, and we committed to prioritize our ICTs, amongst others, to modernize our systems and also make sure that our operation, particularly for investigations, are digitized. So, Chair, we are continuing to prioritize this implementation plan just to support the ICT. Next slide. Chair, continuing with key priorities, in-house capacity for forensic investigations. Chair, we always experience a challenge and delay in some of the cases, such as your corruption as part of our mandate and your murder cases, mainly because of lack of internal resources, and hence the decision was taken to capacitate our investigators with your financial data analyst, cyber forensic experts, and crime analyst. And these are the positions, Chair, that I've made reference to earlier on, which are in the revised organizational structure. And once that structure is finalized, these positions will then be filled. The last one, Chair, there was a plan which has been executed to implement what we call a call center for our services, mainly to make sure that we improve the access and we make that access easier for our community and members of public to reach IPID at any point and any time. And Chair, as a result, the call center was implemented in the beginning of August. However, we are implementing it in phases. The first phase is for time is from 8 o'clock until 4:30, while we are engaging with DPSA to change the conditions of the call center agents for night duty, so that the call center can operate 24 hours. Next slide. Chair, these are some of the measures that we have put in place. You might have seen during the presentation that I've already highlighted some of the programs as well as the activities that are showing pressure as far as the spending. And as a result, Chair, we continue as the department to do what we call a budget reprioritizations. During this exercise, we meet at the Budget Control Committee to receive reports from different program managers and make a decision on how do we prioritize the key activities. And we also strengthen, Chair, the control measures to fill the position. Our human resource management has done what we call a recruitment strategy, which was presented to management to make sure that positions are filled, particularly those that are key and budgeted for. And we continue to monitor our spending patterns in your COE as well as your machinery and equipment. Chair, one of the items that we discussed in this Budget Control Committee meeting is the alignment between the expenditure and performance targets outcome, so that we don't find ourselves spending but without any outcome as far as our targets are concerned. So we align the two. We allow the Director of Finance and the Director of Strategy to make a presentation in this committee. Lastly, Chair, we continue to identify non-core items and do what we call environment shifting of funds to the core functions, just to make sure that the investigations continue. Chair, that should be my last slide. Thank you so much. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bila, is there anything you would like to add?
Chair, I will add upon finalization of APP performance, which will be led by Ms. Susan Litlape, which is part of our presentation. Thank you, Chair. Litlape, you can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to you and the honorable members, our deputy ministers, and all heads of entities present in this meeting and the colleagues. We can move to the next slide. Chairperson, this is the summary of our performance per program. Starting with Program 1, we have achieved 82% of our set targets, with 14 out of 17 planned targets that were achieved. And for Program 2, which is our core, we have achieved 67% with 12 out of 18 targets that were achieved. And for the last program, Program 3, our performance is at 100%, and the overall performance is sitting at 78% with 31 out of 40 targets that were achieved. We can move to the next slide. Chairperson, this is the breakdown of our performance, the details of all the performance indicators for Program 1. I will try to run quickly through this slides, Chair, considering that the presentation was shared with the members, focusing mainly on the targets that were not met. We have the indicator for percentage implementation of annual internal audit plan per year. We only managed to implement 15% of planned project activities for the first quarter. And this was affected by the collaboration between our internal audit members and external audit members, which is AG, during their regulatory audit. They had to visit some of the provinces to provide support to the AG team. And as a result, the two audits, the lift management and investigation operations, focusing on firearm compliance, they were affected, but they are being finalized in the current quarter. And the other target that was not met under Program 1 is the implementation of youth development strategy. We only managed to implement 14% of our planned activities for the period under review. And this was affected by the downtime of our emails during the month of May, because the applications that were received through emails, unfortunately, they could not be retrieved because the emails had crashed. And we had to re-advertise those positions and restart the recruitment process. But we are finalizing the recruitment process in the current quarter. And the other indicator that was not achieved is for community outreach events that are held per year. We had planned to do 10 and we only managed to conduct 8. This is a collaboration effort between national office and the provinces. And unfortunately, from the provinces' side, some of the provinces, they could not conduct these community outreaches, considering the challenges that they encountered during the period under review. What happened, the same reason, Chair, it will apply to the targets that were not achieved under Program 2. What happened during the audit process was that there was request for information from the AG, which required the provinces to reconcile all cases that were transferred from SAPS to IPID during 24-25 financial year. And that exercise, it took a lot of time. And as a result, it had an impact on the deliverables that were planned for the first quarter. But we are catching up on the shortfall that was experienced in the period under review. We can move to the next slide. On the next slide, all the indicators, they are on track. We do have indicators that do not have first quarter targets. However, we are ensuring that we monitor progress on a quarterly basis. The progress is reported by all the responsibility managers and it's verified to ensure that we are working towards attaining the set annual targets. So all these targets, Chairperson, they are on track. Even the lifestyle audit, the CFO has already touched on it. There is still work in progress, and also on the reduction of unwanted expenditure. There is progress on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and on irregular expenditure, we were still assessing, and other matters that were still under determination phase. So most of our targets there are still work in progress. So we can move to the next slide. This is our core program, starting with the backlog indicator. We were not able to meet the target. I had already touched on the reasons that had an impact on the non-achievement of our set targets. But as the acting executive director has alluded in his opening remarks, there is a catch-up plan, and performance is being monitored on a weekly basis. And what we are noting, Chair, is that so far the number of cases that have been completed across the backlog and the newly registered cases, they exceed the total number of cases that we completed in the first quarter. So there is progress as far as the completion of investigations is concerned, and will continue to monitor the catch-up plan. The other indicator that was not achieved is for death as a result of police action, discharge of an official firearm, and also the investigations of torture. And for rape while in police custody, we have not registered any cases since the beginning of the financial year, even to date, Chair. Which is a positive thing, that we have not registered any case. And this is a trend that we've been observing. In the previous financial year, I think we only registered one case in this category. We can move to the next slide. The other indicator that was not met is for investigations of assault and also corruption. And for Section 28(1)H matters, the target was exceeded, including the target for offences referred to in Section 33. This is a non-compliance. These are cases of non-compliance in respect of reporting obligations that SAPS has in line with the IPID Act. We can move to the next slide. All these targets in this slide, Chair, some they do not have quarterly targets, but there is progress, and the performance is on track. There are no areas of concern to date, and also the ones with first quarter targets, they were all met, and some they were exceeded. We can move to the next slide. We have included slides, Chair, on our statistics related to investigations. The first slide, it speaks to the cases that were recorded or registered in the period under review. We registered a total of 1,171 cases. And what we have noted is that there is a decline by 190 when we compare the number of cases that were registered in the 24-25 financial year for the same period, as we had recorded 1,361. And in terms of the intake per province, there was a decline in 7 provinces, with the exception of KZN and the Northern Cape. But as for the other provinces, there was a decline. And also when we look into the intake per case classification, there is also a decline for death in police custody, death as a result of police action, discharge of an official firearm. As indicated, rape in police custody, we have not recorded anything. And for assault, there's also a decline, corruption, Section 28(1)H matters, and also the Section 33 matters, we recorded a decline. And for rape by a police officer, there was an increase, including complaints related to torture. We can move to the next slide. On this slide, Chair, this is the total number of cases that were investigated and completed during the period under review, and this is inclusive of both backlog and new cases. For backlog, we completed 596, and for new cases is 265. So there were more efforts that were concentrated on backlog cases, as we completed 69% out of the total of cases that were completed. We can move to the next slide. This is the breakdown and the reflection of the status of the recommendations that were referred. The total is 493. And 482 were referred to SAPS and 11 were referred to the MPS. And out of this number, we have 177 negative recommendations and 316 positive recommendations. And for SAPS, in terms of the status of the negative recommendations, we had 87 matters where disciplinary process was initiated, and on 22, the disciplinary process was finalized, and on 60, we were still awaiting feedback on those matters. And to date, what I have picked up is that the number of our matters where we are still awaiting feedback, it has been reduced by about 50%. And for MPS, we had 8 negative recommendations, and we are still awaiting feedback on these matters. We can move to the next slide. I will not speak to this slide, Chair. It's just the details the same that are the same with the previous slide, just that here we have included the provinces. So we can move to the next slide. On this slide, Chair, these are the departmental convictions that were secured during the period under review. On negative recommendations that were referred in the first quarter, we secured 16 convictions, and for matters or recommendations that were referred in the previous periods, we received feedback on 36 departmental convictions that were secured, and in total, we have secured a total of 52 departmental convictions during the period under review. We can move to the next slide. This is the status for the dockets that were referred to the NPA. The total is 390. And 375 are for SAPS and 15 are for the MPS. And the status for the SAPS matters, on 13, the NPA decided to prosecute and declined to prosecute 84. And we're still awaiting feedback or a decision on 276 matters. And for the MPS, we're still awaiting feedback on all 15 matters. We can move to the next slide. This is also just a breakdown, Chair, of the information that I've already presented on the previous slide. We can move to the next slide. Chair, we have included this slide just to reflect on some of the reasons that were provided by the NPA on matters that were declined to be prosecuted. The first one is witnesses are not traceable, and also contradictory witness statements, and also withdrawal of cases by the witnesses. And on death cases, where the prosecution is declined, matters are instead referred for an inquest. And the fifth one is that no reasonable prospect of conviction, and lastly, insufficient evidence. So these are some of the reasons that were provided by the NPA on matters that they decided not to prosecute. We can move to the next slide. This is the total number of criminal convictions. I will not dwell much. Already the acting executive director, in his opening remarks, has touched on this. The total is 15. We can move to the next slide. This is just the details, Chairperson, on the 15 criminal convictions that were secured. And we have also included columns that reflect on whether the officials were on duty or off duty when the offense was committed, and also whether the matters are GBV related or not. And I will not go through the details, Chair, considering that the presentation has been shared. We can move to the next slide. I think also the next slide is reflecting on the details, Chair. We can move to the next slide. The last slide on our investigation statistical information is the court roll matters. We have a total of 1,090 matters that are still on the court roll, and this is a national picture, Chair, and the information is also broken down per province and per case classification. The highest is Eastern Cape with 275, GP with 215, Western Cape 178, Free State 109, Mpumalanga 107, KZN we have 79, Northwest is 59, Northern Cape 39, and lastly Limpopo, we have a total of 29 cases that are still on the court roll. We can move to the next slide. This is the last slide, Chairperson, on our APP performance. The performance for the last program, Program 3, Legal Compliance, Information and Stakeholder Management. We have 5 indicators, and all indicators, the targets, where there is a quarterly target, they were met, and also where we do not have a first quarter target, there is work in progress. We are in a process of reviewing and approving the quality assurance framework. And also with regards to the research, there is work in progress. There is a draft proposal that has been developed. That brings me to the end of my presentation, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klape. Dr. Bila, is there anything you would like to say to conclude, or can we move on?
Chair, I just want to indicate something which I think is very imperative. Just to indicate that on Monday and just yesterday, the Minister of Police, Prof. Kachalia, together with our 2 DMs, have endorsed IPID in public and encouraged us to work without fear or favor. And of course, it emboldens us as IPID, and we give assurance that we will work within that, we'll continue working within that line. I think it was an important endorsement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bila. Thank you for the presentation. Colleagues, the next presentation is from Mr. Sibui, who is the Secretary for Police from the Civilian Secretariat. Mr. Sibui, if I may hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me extend my greetings to you and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, to our Minister in absentia and Deputy Ministers, Deputy Minister Matale and Dr. Bushielo, the National Commissioner, the Acting Executive Director of IPID. Chair, we will quickly run through the presentation, but let me indicate from the outset, Chair, that you will see in our performance, especially in Program 1, that we continue to have a challenge in relation to meeting the target on the rate of vacancies within the department. But I must indicate that all the posts that have been vacant have now been advertised, and they are at various stages of filling. But also the low spending in relation to the DNA board. Chair, this was as a result of the board that the term of office has expired, and we're in the process of filling the vacancies in relation to the DNA board, which has since been done, and the minister has just finalized the appointment in the week that we are coming from. We hope that we have now developed a catch-up program which the DNA board is going to now have to undertake to ensure that the expenditure moves and the DNA board continues to do the work of oversight that they're supposed to do. But lastly, Chair, you realize in relation to our financial performance that we continue to have pressure between the budget on goods and services because of the cuts that have been effected in the department by National Treasury, which puts pressure on our goods and services budget. As a result, we try by all means that we don't compromise in relation to performance, and we do trade-offs between Program 1 and goods and services budget. But we'll continue to plead with National Treasury to fund our business case, which has been developed. Although we are meeting challenges in relation to that. We have developed, or we're finalizing the tool which will enhance our work in relation to our continuous work in relation to the functionality of CPFs, and we are finalizing the tool in relation to that particular matter. But what is critical around CPF is the whole issue around incentives of CPFs, which continues to be a problem. We have finalized the guidelines, and we're meeting after this meeting with heads of department in all provinces to present the guidelines before we take the guidelines to our minister and deputy ministers, ultimately to MINMEC for final endorsement, so that we could start budgeting for CPFs and provinces to provide stipend for CPF. Having said that, Chair, may I please allow Richard to take us through, with your permission, on the performance of the department. Although you'll see that most of the work that we do in the first quarter is mostly in relation to collection of information, data, and so forth. So you'll see that a lot of performance is in relation to that. And then the CFO immediately thereafter will take us through the financial performance of the department for quarter 1. Thank you very much, Chair, with your permission.
Morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, deputy ministers, colleagues from the ministry. As DG has indicated, I'll be taking you through the first quarter performance for the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services. May I get an indication whether the presentation is visible on the screen?
Yes, it is, Richard. Proceed.
In terms of the presentation outline, I will just cover more around the performance for the first quarter and also the targets that were not achieved and some of the key high-level indicators that we cover in our organizational environment, the key highlights that we managed to record for the period under review. Then CFO will then conclude with the overview of financial performance. I think the purpose has been covered initially when the chairperson opened the meeting. I'm not going to dwell much in terms of that. As a Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, we had a total of 11 targets for the first quarter. Of those, 10 were fully achieved, then 1 was not achieved. Translating that into percentage, we are sitting at 91% of our achievements of our first quarter targets, and 9% was not achieved. Branch-specific performance, Program 1 being administration, they had a total of 6 targets. They were all achieved. Program 2, they had 2 targets. 1 was not achieved and 1 was fully achieved. Program 3 did not have set targets that were due for reporting in the first quarter, but there was some preparatory work which was then undertaken by the programs to ensure that quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, their targets will then be achieved. Lastly, Program 4 had a total of 3. They were also all achieved. Compare this performance with the previous financial year, we managed to note an upward increase of 8% of our performance achievements. The target that was not achieved, Chair and honorable members, was the indicator under community outreach, which is residing in Program 2, intersectoral coordination and strategic partnership. A number of public participation programs held with communities to promote community safety. The target was 3. We could only do 2. Due to the competing priorities of the minister, some of those community engagement could not be held. But where we are now, we have indicated that our accounting officer, Mr. Sugui, should be able to lead some of the committee engagement in the situation where the minister or the deputy minister are not around to lead some of this engagement to ensure that we are not found wanting in terms of our achievements of our targets. Coming to Program 1, administration under department management, there were 2 targets that were due for reporting, which is the assessments conducted on the DNA board, and also the quarterly reports on human rights violation committed by the DPCI official. Both targets were fully achieved in the first quarter. Quarterly reports in relation to those assessments were then submitted to strategic management. Corporate services, they had a total of 2 targets in the period under review, which is Human Capital Implementation Plan and ICT Strategy Implementation Plan. All their plan activities, they were fully achieved during the reporting periods, hence the full achievements for both 2 targets under corporate services. Moving to finance administration, we had a total of 2 targets in the first quarter, being the percentage of payments made to the creditors or our suppliers within 30 days, and then the expenditure in relation to our budget that is being allocated by the portfolio committee. We managed to pay all our suppliers within 30 days, and also with expenditure we targeted 24. We could also report a achievement of 24% in terms of our expenditure for the period under review. Moving to Program 2, intersectoral coordination and strategic partnership under intergovernmental, civil society, and treble PP. We did not have target sets for the period under review, but then we could manage to note an achievement under the number of memorandum of understanding signed with stakeholders to build safer communities. We managed to sign an MOU with Metropolitan towards the end of our first quarter, so hence that achievement was then reported by the program. The reporting time of this particular indicator program will still be required to ensure that the annual target of 2 is still met. But 2.1.2, the target was not then due for reporting. Same applies to 2.1.3 to 2.1.5, cooperation agreements and victim support and capacity building. We did not have targets set for the first quarter, Chair and honorable members. 2.1.6 and 2.8 were also same thing here. We did not have targets that were set for reporting in the first quarter, but we could also manage to record some preparatory work under anti-campaign crimes conducted with stakeholders to improve community safety. On assessments of CPFs, we did not have target due for reporting in the first quarter, but there was a preparatory work done by the programs to ensure the achievements of this target. Lastly, on 2.1.10, provincial CPF training workshop, we managed to do that CPF training workshop in the Western Cape province. Then the target was fully achieved during the reporting period. On the response plan, Chair and honorable members, we did not have a target set for the period under review, but we definitely believe that with the preparatory work undertaken by the program, we should be able to report an achievement when this target is due for reporting in the subsequent quarters. Moving to Program 3, legislation and policy development, as I have indicated, The targets for Program 2 were all not due for reporting in the period under review, but there is notable work that is being undertaken by the programs to ensure the achievements of this target. The first one being the ICVPS and also the knowledge management strategy. On knowledge management strategy, there was a work that was undertaken in relation to the implementation of this strategy. So one engagement was then held in the first quarter, hence the earlier achievement on this particular target. On policies and research reports, the targets are not due for reporting, but there's a preparatory work done by the programs to ensure the achievements of these targets in the subsequent quarters. On legislation, honorable members and chairperson, we have committed to ensure that the number of bills submitted to the Minister for Cabinet approval of publication for public comments, and also bills that needs to be introduced in parliaments. There is also a preparatory work done by the department in various in the sector in consultation with various stakeholders to ensure that both these bills are then approved by cabinet and also gets introduced in parliament. So there's work in progress in that regard. Lastly, Program 4, Civilian Oversight, Monitoring and Evaluation under Police Performance. The targets that were due for reporting were 4.1.3, which is assessment conducted on SAPS complaints management. We managed to generate that report that outlined those complaints that we received as a civilian secretariat. Number of assessment undertaken on the implementation of IPID recommendation by SAPS. We also generated a report that also outlined some of those IPID recommendations that were recommended to SAPS. The last indicator that was due for reporting under Program 4 was the 4.1.6 number of assessments conducted on compliance with the DVA. As a department, we are also expected in terms of our legislation to monitor the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act in all the provinces. So a report was then generated to that effect, outlining the level of domestic violence in the country. That then, Chair, concludes our performance information with respect to all the programs. These last two indicators were also not due for reporting. Then what we do as strategic management and organization, we also measure certain indicators that are residing in Program 1. Key amongst them being the vacancy rate, as the DG has already indicated a status around that. We had a total of 173 posts as of 1st of April. Of those, 153 were fully filled. And then in terms of vacancy rate, we are sitting at 11.5% vacancy rate. So there are interventions that are currently in place to ensure that the threshold of 10% and below is then maintained by the department. On employment equity, we have a staff complement of people with disability 2%. Gender on SMS levels, there's also a transformation there where we have more females occupying senior management position within the department. In terms of staff complement, it's 30% around youth that we managed to employ. We are also expected to trace the invoices. For the period under review, we managed to record pay 824 invoices with complete and accurate records within 30 days. Chair, I'm not going to dwell much here. It's just that high level highlights that we also managed to record as all various programs in the department. On civil society, we continue to monitor and assess community policing forums. So we did 5 in those listed provinces. On community outreach, we managed to do 2 with one that was not being able to be undertaken. But moving forward, we'll move with speed to ensure that we cover our targets on community outreach. On intergovernmental partnership, we continue to do capacity building workshops. We continue to work with SAPS to monitor the school safety protocol. On anti-campaign crimes, we also managed to record an achievement there on the GBV anti-campaign crime in Gauteng province in partnership with our MEMESA, which was stakeholder helping us to fight crime and violence in our country. We also work closely with MRMs to ensure that issues of social ills, promotion of Ubuntu in our countries is then realized. We also entered into a partnership with Metropolitan during the period under review to help us with issues of employee health and wellness, issues of implementing the ICBPS. On policy front, Honorable Chair, we managed to, Cabinet has endorsed the National Policing Policy. We work closely with SAPS now to ensure that we develop the implementation plan around that particular policy. We are currently reviewing the policy on community safety forum. We work with provinces there to ensure that this policy by the end of the financial year is then finalized. We are also, in terms of our APP commitment, we are expected to ensure the approval of policy on management and administration of familiar DNA searches. So there's work in progress currently to ensure that this policies gets finalized. On ICVPS, our accounting officer is leading this strategy, which has been approved by Cabinet to ensure implementation in all spheres of government. And we also work with private sector to ensure the coordination around the implementation of ICVPS. Knowledge management, I've touched on that. We also work with SAPS to ensure that the recommendations that are generated by CSPS are fully implemented during the period under review. So there's a task team that has been established between these two departments to ensure that the database of our recommendation for SAPS are then implemented. We also work with our provincial planners and provincial secretariats to ensure that when we conduct research in our communities, we work together to ensure that we address issues of safety and security within our sector. On legislation front, we also aim to ensure that the second-hand goods and stock theft gets introduced in Cabinet for publication of public comments. So where we are now, we have consulted network various stakeholders within the sector to ensure that these two legislation are then introduced in Cabinet. On South African Amendment Bill, SAPS Amendment Bill and Firearms Control Amendment Bill, we have also made some serious inroads on the SAPS Amendment Bill. Cabinet has endorsed this particular bill. Where we are now, we are moving with speed around the Firearms Control Amendment Bill to ensure that by end of the current financial year, these two legislation are then introduced in Parliament. With your permission, Chair, allow me now to give CFO a chance just to finalize the last part of the presentation, which is the overview of financial performance. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that, Honorable. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable DMs, the officials and the management of the respective institution present. I'll be presenting the finance information. What you need to know is that the department has been allocated a budget of about 172.2 million, of which you will note that the bulk of it, which is 76 million, goes to Program 1. Program 2 is about 30 million, and then Program 3 is about 27 million, and then Program 4 is about 37 million. If you note at the expenditure of the department is standing at 40.5 million, which is about 24% of the budget. And what is nice to note is that 21 million of that would have been spent by administration, and about 8 million would have been spent by Program 4. Moving on to the next slide. Moving on to the next slide. Then here we are it's just a narrative of what I've just shared. As indicated by the DG in his remarks, you'll note that when it comes to compensation of employees, we have actually realizing some savings there, whereas within the operational budget, which involves capital assets as well as goods and services, there we are anticipating some overspending. And for that reason, we've already started spending on capital assets, realizing that there was going to be savings from the goods and services, from the compensation of employees. We can move on to the next slide. Here, as I've indicated, you'll know that administration program 1 has got a budget of 76.9 million, of which we've already spent 21 million, which is just an equivalent of about 27%. Program 2, intersectoral coordination and strategic partnership, they have a budget of about 30.3 million, of which to date, they've already, by the end of the period under review, they have spent about 6.2 million, which is just about 21%. Program 3, legislation and policy development, they have a budget of about 27 million, of which they've already spent about 5.1 for the period under review, which is just about 19%. Program 4, civilian oversight, monitoring and evaluation, has got a total budget of about 37.8 million, of which they've already spent about 8.2 million. You'll note that within civilian oversight, monitoring and evaluation, there is the DPCI judge, which has got about 7.5 million, of which they've already spent about 1.7, which is just about 23%. The National Forensic Oversight Board, which is the DNA board, has got a budget of about 4.1 million. To date, they've already spent about 810,000, which is just about 20%. We can move on to the next slide. So looking at the economic classification, the department had a budget for compensation of employees of about 136.9, of which we've already spent about 30 million, which is just about 22%. Looking at goods and services, we have a budget of about 33.3, of which by the end of the period under review, we had spent 8 million, which is just about 24%. Looking at transfers, we have a total budget of 242,000, and we've already spent about 19, which is just about 8%. Looking at capital assets, we have a budget of about 1.7 million. We've already spent about 2 million. And as I've indicated, we've already starting to spend on this item because we are realizing that there's going to be savings on compensation of employees. That would be my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. That will be our presentation, but safe to say, Chair, that the SAPS amendment bill, you will have noted in our presentation that we say it's ready for submission to the Portfolio Committee for further processing, as approved by Cabinet. There was just one issue in relation to Section 13 of that bill relating to border management, for that Cabinet requested that we redraft that section after consulting the state law advisors and BMA chair. That process is we have redrafted that section. We have submitted that section for consideration by BMA. We're just waiting for their feedback, and once it's agreed, the bill will immediately be submitted to comply with the condition that Cabinet has put on the approval. Thank you, Chair. That's our presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sabui. Colleagues, I'm then going to open the floor for the discussion. We are well ahead of time. We're about half an hour ahead of time. So we do have time to discuss. You can put up your hand so long. I just want to say I'm going to put a limit of 5 minutes per member. We might adjust that depending on the time afterwards, just to make sure that everyone gets a fair opportunity. Let's take the first round and then we will go through each department to answer accordingly. So just make sure you give clarity on who you are asking the question to, and then we will go through that. I've noted the hands of the Honourable Kola Barnard. I've noted the hand of Honourable Schikkerling. Honourable Ghana just put up his hand. If there are more, please continue. I will note them. Honourable Kola Barnard, you're welcome. Honourable Muela, I've noted your hand as well.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, let me just go straight into it. First of all, why were only 1 out of the 15 targeted CCTV cameras systems implemented in this quarter, and what steps are being taken to ensure progress? We're talking about 104 sites here, so what's happening there? And it is a major issue nationwide. Now, the department also reported that none of the reported corruption allegations resulted in disciplinary hearings. This despite the 90% quarterly target. So what's preventing this? What's stopping the disciplinary processes? And how are you going to ensure that corrective actions translate into actual cases? Where's the consequence management here? Detective services program, only 40% of the target. Really poor results in terms of murder detection. And it seems that the underperformance is linked to, inevitably, investigator workload following retirements, resignations, and deaths. So how are you going to capacitate the detective services, that absolutely crucial link in the chain? Okay, let's skip that one. Now, the low spending in the DNA board, that's a big concern for me. Please explain and what's happening there and the status of the DNA board. When does their term expire? When will the new board be established? And also the familial DNA searches. It's absolutely crucial. It's used globally. What are the expected timelines for finalization of that? And finally, the biological assets. Why was there no spending recorded on our service dogs and horses during the first quarter? Are they being bought? Are they being trained? They are absolutely crucial. So many times the dogs especially are going into areas that our members just would die in. And I've seen it happening many times. So this is absolutely crucial. Please fill us in there. And yeah, civil claims, finally. How much has been paid out this quarter? And isn't it time you began preventing those with criminal tendencies for actually joining the SAPS? To have SAPS members convicted of murder and rape, it's inexcusable and inexplicable. What are you doing to prevent them getting in the first place? Never mind arresting them. You're giving them arms, munitions, and the ability to do this. What are you doing to prevent it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kola Barnard. Honourable Schikkeling.
Thank you so much, Chair. For the South African Police Services, I mean, we definitely have a crisis in the detective services and forensics. It's very clear from what we've seen. Only 28.8% of forensic exhibits were finalized, and of that, 50% were older than 90 days. How is justice being served, Chair, when forensic backlogs cripple the prosecutions? I know of several cases that have actually been taken off the court roll because they can't proceed with the cases due to lack of evidence, and they're waiting for DNA evidence. So, I mean, that is really a concern. Where the gender-based violence and child protection is concerned, I mean, I'm incredibly worried about the GBV in our country. During the oversight period, I visited several police stations, and the FCS department only operates from a Monday to a Friday from 8 until 4, and then most of the officers in that department are on standby over weekends or after hours. Chair, it cannot be that we have such a massive rate of GBV in our country, and yet the officers working in these departments don't work after hours or on weekends or unavailable. That to me doesn't make sense. I mean, the SAPS set a target of 25% decrease in contact crime against women and children, yet crime against women only dropped with 4%, and in children it actually increased with 1.8%. So what is the SAPS doing to ensure that they look after our most vulnerable? The detection rate for crimes against children is only 63% against a 78% target. That is not good enough. With underreporting acknowledged, and we know that there's massive underreporting in our country, what concrete steps are the SAPS taking to rebuild trust so women and children actually report these crimes, because we know that they're not being reported at all? Then when firearms and organized crime is concerned, the extortion cases remain alarmingly high, with the SAPS only achieving 29% detection rate on this. Why is the SAPS failing to break extortion syndicates that terrorize communities? May I proceed with the last
Honourable Schikkeling, please go on. That timer was from the previous one. You still have like 2 minutes. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you so much. The SAPS committed to act on 90% of corruption allegations, but in Q1, not a single disciplinary hearing was initiated. Why is corruption inside the SAPS? It almost looks like it's being protected and not punished, Chairperson. Why have they not taken any stance against this? No single disciplinary case was held. That's completely unacceptable. May I proceed with IPID, Chair?
Yes, please go for it. You have another minute, Honourable Schikkeling.
Thank you so much. Of the cases that IPID referred 482 recommendations to SAPS, It almost seems like they're being ignored. There's still 60 disciplinary cases that are awaiting feedback. That is not acceptable. Why is the SAPS dragging its feet on disciplining its own members? We know of several cases where there have been cases opened against members within the SAPS that are very, very severe, and the outcome has been that they be dismissed. It hasn't happened, or they've been moved to a different unit. That is completely unacceptable. I mean, IPID only secured 15 convictions in Q1, with over 1,000 cases being registered. How can the public have any faith and trust in IPID? And in saying that, I also want to commend them for the backlog that they're working through. I know it is massive and it's a lot of work, but we have to do more to ensure that justice to the people. And then, if I may, please just have a last question to the Civilian Secretariat. I am concerned about the rape in GBV in the SAPS. The Secretariat has only held one GBVF anti-crime campaign at TUT in Soshanguve. Yet GBV and femicide is a massive problem in our country. How can we only hold one anti-crime campaign? This is not acceptable, and I think it must be looked at. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Schikkeling. Honourable Muela, followed by Honourable Ghana, followed by Honourable Mokoena. Honourable Muela.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and greetings to all the members. I will request to switch off the video. I think let me start by welcoming the presentation, and to start by extending my appreciation to the SAPS for their swift and effective response and in apprehending the perpetrators who were responsible for the shooting incident involving a young person whose name is Gate Kompoma yesterday. Their prompt action brings relief and justice to the affected family of the ANC Youth League in Limpopo and the South African community as a whole. We just want to appreciate this particular demonstration with the swift response with regard to this particular case, which happened on the way to Northwest, where they were going to attend an NGC of the ANC Youth League. So I want to send condolences to the family of Mboma and also the ANC Youth League in Limpopo. So let me firstly start by entering on the presentation to start with South African Police Service. The question that I'm having is with regard to what is the current status of forensic laboratories and what results have the partnerships with private institutions, forensic laboratories, and what result have the partnerships with private institutions yielded in reducing the backlog of cases which have been reported? And also, what are the factors that led to the non-achievement of the target for reducing violent crimes against women and children? And with regard to IPID, can the department provide reasons for the overspending on accommodation in Q1, and what is the anticipated spending going into Q2, 3, and 4? That is my submission. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Muela. Honourable Ghana.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. Thanks very much to the presentations. So what I will do, Chair, it's because there's still time, I'll focus in this particular round on the SAPS presentation, and then I'll come back on the IPID. I think sometimes when you take all of them at once, it doesn't make accountability a lot easier. I think we should be questioning one report at a time. But I respect your the direction that you have taken, but I think we need to deal with one report at a time. So the first question that I want to ask on the presentation of SAPS, it has to do, it's on slide 20, and it has to deal with the firearms that are owned by SAPS. And I look at that target, and I'm like, the way the target it's crafted, it's not correct, General Masimola. And I'll come to the other one. In that, let's say in a quarter, 400 firearms are lost, and you have recovered 67 of them. Then you'll have said you have achieved your target. Or let's say you have recovered 68 out of 400. You will say you have achieved your target. But in essence, there are more firearms that are out there. So when one reads the number of 46, I cannot read it in relation to the 67. That target is incorrectly captured because it should be saying we aim to recover 90% of all the stolen firearms from the police. So if there were 46 stolen and 46 recovered, then you have recovered them, because you wouldn't be able to go up. So I will ask that that be reported properly next time, so that it give a context. So when you say 46 firearms have been recovered, how many were lost in the quarter to give a sense of whether we are winning that that particular battle or not. The second one that then I want to then deal with, which I think the colleagues have also raised with. So I appreciate General Masimola that after our interaction on the APP around the detection rate for murder, which in the original APP wanted the target to be 11%, and we started questioning, and now we have upped it to 60%. So so if someone will say, no, you are aiming 60%, which is good from that aspect, but then you are moving from a base of 10%. And I think, Chair, there has to be a sharp focus on the detection rate of murder. Like we kind of need to separate the others and start saying, all right, what is the biggest issue here, and how soon are we going to get to 60%? Because we can all accept, General, that for you have said to say that you want to perform at 600%, the level that we are performing in the last 5-6 years in this financial year, which is somehow unrealistic. So whilst one appreciate in that respect that aspect, I think we need just a full-on meeting on program 3. We have a full session. We're not rushed. We dissect it properly, because that's where a lot of things reside, and that links to my third point, Chair. So as I go and do my oversights and I speak to the detective unit at the station level, so one of the things that is common, it's around the communication tools. I can pause, Chair, and then come back second round.
Finish your question, please, Honorable Governor. I thought that there's a nice soundtrack for the questions.
All right, so let me just deal with this, because one of the biggest thing, General Masimola and DMs, if we are dealing with restoring the trust level between the community and the police, then the kind of communication that exists between the investigating officers and the victims of crime or the families of the victims in a case of murder, that's where it's lacking. So one thing that is right is that I get my case number and then I get to say, no, this is the investigating officer that has been assigned to the case. But that's it. Whether at some point maybe there might be to say this matter is going to court, if it has turned out to be a cold case, there's no further communication. And I will, and as you know, General, I've raised this issue, I think it's for the second or third time, to say the communication between the investigating officers with the victims of crime or the families of the victims in a case of murder is critical. Because without that, that's when people believe that the quickest way to serve justice might very well be to execute the criminals or to shoot them, to kill them. Because in that way, at least you know that the perpetrator is no more. But in instances where the perpetrator either it's not there and so forth, the communication it's missing, General. And I so submit, Chair, that we need a much sharper focus on Program 3, and I'll come back to when I come back for the second round on IPID. The Secretariat, we engaged with them last week. I don't think, at least from my side, there's further there that I need to go to, but I think I would like to come back second round once there's been a response on the IPID. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks so much, Honourable Garner. Next is Honourable Mokoena, followed by Honourable Skosana, then Honourable James. Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Chair. There are rising complaints on uneven human resource deployment in areas known as hotspots areas. How can the police improve on this under visible policing? And on IPID, Chair, what are the reasons for the low spending in the forensic investigation and investigation management sub-program? And what progress has been registered by the backlog strategies to clear the backlog? And what is the likelihood that the department will meet its performance target for the year? And then on CSPS, how will the department measure the impact of CPF functionality assessment? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mokoena. Honourable Skosana.
Madam.
Honourable Mokoena, you're not muted. Honourable Skosana. Honourable Skosana, I'll come back to you. Honourable James.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the members and the national leadership. Okay, I want to ask, the presentation says loss of firearms. Can we please go into detail in terms of what do we mean by loss of firearms? Are we saying that policemen are incompetent, that they are just losing firearms? Are we saying that police stations are just losing firearms? Why are we recording it as loss of firearms? I want us to be more detailed in how firearms are going missing within SAPS. I also want to know the forensic labs. Now, Chairperson, this is not the first time this chorus is being sung in this meeting, right? I want to know, since the last meeting we've had, several meetings where we've highlighted the concern with regards to forensics and exhibits and these labs and the backlog, what has been done since in terms of taking the recommendations of this committee seriously? What has been done? School safety programs. I want to know we're getting feedback and we're getting reports of under reporting and over whether we've met the targets or not, but we don't have a backdrop. We don't know that the department has set out in this first quarter to do X amount of school safety campaigns, and they've only managed to do 2 or 3. We don't have a backdrop on anything that is being reported here today. I also want to know, with the school safety programs, right, how many has been conducted in the Western Cape? And what has been discovered? I want to know with these programs, who are your partners and how do you deal with children that are in conflict with the law? Okay, criminal record capturing as well. I have visited several police stations during recess. And it is disheartening to learn that at some police stations, and this was in the Randfontein area, they don't even have computers working. Once a day, a driver needs to take them to the nearest police station to record all the cases that were made on that day. And I'll give you the name of that station at a later stage. So I want to know if all the tools at all the police stations across South Africa is working to capture all of these cases. I spoke about the vague reporting. IPID, I heard the gentleman saying earlier on that he is quite pleased that yesterday an endorsement was received by the minister, an endorsement to do their work without fee or favor. I'm sitting and asking myself, is an endorsement needed for these departments to actually do what they've been mandated to do? Please explain, what do you mean that you now have confidence? Did you not have confidence before to actually do your job? I also want to know IPID, right? We have the Nathaniel Julie's case that has been going on for the longest time ever. I want to know how far you are with that case. I also want to know, do you do your own inspections at various police stations to see if they are actually compliant? The civilian secretariat, I'm not even sure why the Secretariat, because, Chair, we must remember that when we receive these presentations, we are not aliens living in space. We are community members. We form part of South Africa, and the services that gets presented here, we don't know anything of this. We've said this in the first meeting with the civilian secretariat did a presentation, and this is why they could rattle through it for all of 5 seconds, because I believe that this secretariat is a complete waste, because to date, if you ask South Africans about the secretariat, no one actually knows what they are doing. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable James. Honourable Skosana, are you back with us again? I will give you an opportunity at the next round. If we can go to the question. There we go. Honourable Skosana, you're welcome.
Yes, Chair. I'm sorry for because of the network. I guess it will be proper for me to switch off from the camera once again and go to.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Chair, I just want to I just want to raise this, that one, I want to thank the SAPS for at last done what we have asked. In particular, I've been crying about the issue of the Western Cape, the shootings. And I think in our committee, we've raised those issues many times. At last, they are in the Western Cape. I want to say to them, thank you. Thank you so much, that at least there's something happening now. And I just want to say, it should not be about states, that we are chasing. It's like optics. We have to make sure that we achieve the 100%. If possible. That our people feel safe. Because what is happening in other areas, we can be diplomatic here, but there's real issues on the ground. General the Provincial Commissioner Patekile knows exactly what I'm talking about. You go to Khayelitsha, you go to all these areas, Lavender, Delphi. We have serious problem in this country, and I think we have to address this for the public trust, to have the police to be respected once again. And I know that this matter, you know, is a social cohesion matter, you know. We need to make sure that because crime will never stop, killings will never stop. You know, the police won't be able to stop killings. You know, we need all the other stakeholders to be involved, you know, in this issue. And perhaps, Chair, from you, maybe we'll need a joint sitting again with other departments, because if it's only the police who are going to be focusing on crime, I can rest assure you, we will finish this administration without achieving the targets which all of us are working to achieve. But if we are alone, it's only the police portfolio committee and the police who must address the problems of crime in our societies, in different communities in the country. I can rest assure you, we are not going to achieve that. We need to make sure that all the stakeholders are involved. I thank you, Chair. I'll come back later.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. I'm then going to hand over to...
Chair, please consider my hand. You know I struggle.
Honourable Sokopo, no problem. Please go ahead, and then I will start. We can coordinate response. Honourable Sokopo.
Oh, okay. Chair, I just have 2 questions so that I don't delay the House. On SAPS, I just wanted to check the department have achieved 1 out of 15 CCTV targets for implementation. So what is the likelihood that the department will achieve its performance target of 104 sites if currently we are at 1 out of 50? Maybe where is the challenge? The second question, Chair, considering the targets for firearms recovery was not met, what is the plan? What are the strategies of the department, knowing that these firearms are in the Cape Flats, they're in New Brighton, they are in Soweto? What is the plan with regard to that? I also wanted to check, Chair, on IPID. Can they provide reasons for the overspending on accommodation, and what is the anticipated spending going into Q2, Q3, and Q4? Just a projection. Can they give projections? I'm sure they have overspent in Q1. So what is the projections going forward? Because I'm not sure that they're going to do anything outside of South Africa. So if they can just give us projections, I think I will appreciate that, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for understanding.
Thank you, Honourable Sokopo. No problem. I'm going to hand to DM Matale and to the National Commissioner, General Masemola, to facilitate response in terms of the SAPS issues. Then we will go to Dr. Bila in terms of IPID, and then to Mr. Sibui about the CSPS matters. If I may then hand over to DM Matale. DM, if at all possible, I'm going to give 20 minutes for response. If we go slightly over, it's fine. It's just a framework for us to try and stay within the time constraints in order for us to ask further questions as well. DM Matale.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks to members for their comments and their questions. I will ask that the National Commissioner should respond with the team, and followed by Dr. Bila and DG Sibui. Through you, Chair, if we may allow the National Commissioner to come in.
Thank you, DM. Sorry, General Masemola, before you begin, I just want to say to the honourable members, please make sure that if a question is missed and not answered, just make a note of it that we can come back to it, please. Sorry, General Masemola, for interrupting you. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chairperson and members and DM. Yeah, Chairperson, the matter of underreporting on the GBV crimes What we do as SAPS, we make or alert the communities aware through our awareness campaigns. We do them at various levels. Local, provincial awareness, which for now we achieve that. Nationally, we haven't achieved the number of awareness that has to be those that are done by myself and or together with the minister. Yeah, there was issues of budget, if you remember, earlier this year. But we will still achieve that which we lost in the first quarter. We will try our best to achieve it as we make up it as we go along. But that's how we make communities aware. But the total figures of underreporting as SAPS, we definitely cannot give that because we don't know. We only report that which we get. But also to remind the committee that General Mavunda, together with General Skufuni and SITA, are still busy investigating to find out the problem around the GBV stats, crime stats. You remember we issued a communique that there is a problem around that statistics. When we add them together, there is a problem, which when you take the total sum of crimes against women and children, it becomes more than the general crime, which is not supposed to be the case. So there is a problem of either human error or the system duplication, but we are investigating that. Once we've finished it, we will be able to tell the committee. But yeah, making community aware, we continue with our awareness. It's not only us, of course. Department of Social Development, they are also having community awareness, including your JCPS, including the Department of Women and Children, People with Disabilities. That's how we make them aware. The status of the forensic lab, Honorable Chair, when it comes to cases, we do not have too many figures that are behind times for various labs in the country. The Eastern Cape lab is one that is quite performing well. At some point, I'll give General Sintumile just to give the real figures there. And of course, Western Cape and Pretoria, they are performing, but you'll realize we did have a lost time in Pretoria earlier this year. I'm sure some members will remember when the lab in Arcadia was infiltrated or had a leakage of water, and we had to close it more than a week. So no work was done during that specific week and a half, and that means we lost time, and eventually Public Works responded. We have put plans in place to have staff work a little bit extra to recover. But in terms of cases, we are not too bad in terms of performance. It's only in terms of your buccal samples, which is more intelligence. It's not cases, it's intelligence. On cases, especially GBV, we are doing our best to make sure that we handle each and every case that comes in. But of course, if you go back to various years, 2022, 2023, we performed 42,179, 23, 24, 40,736, and 24, 25, 34,000, 25, 26, you already have 18,000 cases for now. But General Sintumile will talk to those details later. That is only GBV. And on buccal samples, yes, of course, depends on the number of arrests that we do. But those are intelligence, because it's not to say whoever we arrest and take buccal, we already on that person, we are going to check on the system to compare. So that is the case in terms of our forensic lab. On the recovery of SAPS-owned firearms, Honorable Gunners, the key word there is identifiable SAPS-owned firearms. We do recover a lot of firearms. We recover over 4,000 firearms per quarter, but those that we can identify as SAPS-owned firearms, they are the ones that we count them, meaning there could be more that are part of the greater mass that we recovered during the quarter. But if we cannot, even when we do forensic aging on the firearms, and we cannot identify the firearm, we can't pick up the serial number. It might be a SAPS-owned firearm, but we can't count it as a recovery because it's not identifiable. So we count only those that are identifiable. There was also a question, I think by Honorable James, which I can deal it with this one, that talks more to the details of the firearms. When we say loss of firearms, it is normally referred to as loss of firearms in general terms, but that doesn't mean we report all firearms that the organization have lost, but it doesn't mean that SAPS members lost these firearms negligently so. The categories of these firearms is most firearms get robbed from the members. When members get attacked, let's take the recent incident of the two members in Randburg, the incidents of the Moyo guy. In that case, shot police obviously will get away with a firearm. Almost in most incidents where police get shot, the firearm get taken. Where police get robbed, the firearm get taken. Can remind the committee of, I think it's the last year or so, the incident at the Eastern Cape, where it was at the Bizana station, where 7 members were ambushed and firearms taken. So in that one incident, 7 pistols were taken, 2 R5s. We will describe those firearms is lost to SAPS, but it doesn't mean they were lost negligently. So categories is, there are those that get robbed from members, and some get robbed from members and members lose life in the process. And there are those firearms that get lost negligently so by members of SAPS. And then that's where then we will take steps against them. And of course, there are those members that get lost, not from the individuals, but get lost from stations and or units. And as they get discovered, then we do investigation to deal with that matter in terms of loss management and consequence management on those members. But majority of the firearms get lost when our members get robbed and or get killed in the line of duty. Those are various categories that firearms, we part with firearms from the organization. Yeah, in terms of decrease in conduct crime, yes, we increased the target, Honorable Chairperson and members, and yes, we achieved 5.6. If you go back few quarters or last year or so, you would recall that at some point we were not reducing, we were actually increasing more. So any percentage reduction is a 5 step in the right direction of reduction. But yes, we are not satisfied that we haven't achieved what we have put forth. By targeting hotspots in our country and fight crime in those hotspots, we think it will work towards greatly achieving the target. We are working towards that. We have identified specific hotspots in various provinces, KZN, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and Western Cape, and focusing on the hotspots we think we'll be able to achieve. And also our operations targeting firearms in general. We have a national task team currently that is going from province to province that we established last month. It's led by a brigadier from head office that is targeting this matter of firearms. So we have already seen some direction in terms of results. We don't want to prematurely say we are successful, but we seems to be finding a direction in terms of sources of firearm proliferation. And even in Western Cape, we always blame the Prince of Firearms, but we have since discovered sources of firearms, which is our neighboring provinces, our neighboring country, but we are working on projects. This team is quite doing well because it's moving from province to province and they are discovering our problems. So we are busy closing those tabs. At the right moment, we will bring this committee in terms of what we have found. And also, of course, I know normally the greatest blame says most of the firearms come from law enforcement, but we have since now discovered that it is not the case, because most firearms that are recovered, some of them are new and some of them are from private owners. If I can take the incident of Michelle's plane where 19 firearms were recovered a week ago in one of the houses. 4 of those firearms, they belong to one, and it's an institution. 3 belongs to people, and they were not recovered. They were not reported stolen. So that's the type of matter that we are dealing with, and but we have a direction as to where to go in terms of stopping this proliferation of firearms, and we think as we go along, maybe in the next somewhere towards on the 3rd quarter, we might be able to finalize our project, and we will be able to brief you in terms of how we are achieving in terms of fighting the firearm proliferation. The communication between investigating officers and our clients. Yes, Honorable Gunners, the first step would be, of course, to communicate the case details, but then thereafter there should be communication in terms of progress of the case, which is expected of each and every investigating officer to keep abreast their clients in terms of how far those investigation goes. Yeah, I will ask General Particular to comment on the school safety programs in the Western Cape more specifically, especially on the question of Honorable James, and on the tools of trade computers, General Mavundla will also comment there on the issue of CCTV sites, which we achieved 1, and because from at the beginning of the year, we first go through a process of, depending on the amount of the site, they go through tendering and or quotations, so she will talk to that. But on the tools of trade for stations, yes, unfortunately, there are those stations that are still depending on the strength of the signal and wind direction, which we do not have fixed lines. We have microwaves or satellite dishes that they are used to receive signals, but there are not many of those stations. And in most of our stations, the TMS have increased the bandwidth so that we can be an improvement. But however, I must say, yes, there are still those stations that currently, I will talk to that, which when it comes to registering of crime, yes, I also pick up such complaint where members say sometimes it takes more than an hour just to register one docket on the system because the system is slow. But she will talk on that one, which is what exacerbate the labor time, especially where members then has to go to the next station in reporting. So I'll ask first General Patekile on School Safety Program, should be followed by General Mavundla. Then it should be followed by General Sintule from the executive side. General Patekile.
Thank you, General. Good morning to the Honorable Chair and Honorable members, the TM, National Commissioner, and colleagues in the meeting. The question about how many campaigns did we conduct in the Western Cape? We had 1,005 since April up to now, 1,548 campaigns, full campaigns. And we've reached 75,266 learners. And of those, we have searched 158 schools. Thank you, Chair.
General Mavundla.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all the members, the deputy ministers, the National Commissioner, and all DJs. Chair, the question on CCTV were how sure or how will we ensure that the 104 stations are implemented by the end of the financial year? We have already dealt with the hindering factor, which was suppliers that were quoting us incorrectly. For example, suppliers would incur cost of traveling on a hardware fee. So to do due diligence on that particular process, you have to assess the quote, whether the quote is acceptable within the cost of that particular hardware. So we then called the suppliers again to give them the briefing of how they should be quoting us. The fact that you coming as a supplier from Pretoria to Western Cape and then you inflate the price of a camera will not help us to continue with that particular quotation. So we've ironed out that with the suppliers by guiding them the way that they have to quote us to make every cost visible per item. As a result, as we stand now, we have received sites that have been quoted, about 68 out of that 104, and we are processing the mandate for those suppliers to continue issuing the purchase orders, and then we order the equipment. We monitor this process through the provinces because the procurement processes are happening in the provinces. We are monitoring it every week. Coming to the tools of trade, where a station will have to go to another station to register its cases. It will happen if the network is off or if the network is not really responding well. We do encourage the police stations to take the cases and go and register them at a nearest police station where the network would possibly be working. Or if they are not working, police stations knows the process of reporting such as they are on the ground so that we do the maintenance and support on such. It will happen when there's outage. It will happen when there is network problems that are down. Normally, it happens at police stations which are more rural in place of the network capacity that we are upgrading at this stage, as we know that we're still using the satellite dishes on other police stations. I will end there, National Commissioner. Thank you. Chair.
Thanks, General Sintule.
Thank you very much, National Commissioner. Greetings to the chairperson, honorable members, the National Commissioner, the DGs on the platform, deputy ministers, and all the colleagues in attendance. Chairperson, I will start with the matter of the capacitation of the detectives as asked by Honorable Barnett. Yesterday we were in Mitchell's Plain, and we got to hear from the communities how detectives are overwhelmed, meaning that nationally as well, all the detectives are actually overwhelmed based on their workload. This is the reason why the National Commissioner prioritized the capacitation of the detectives. We did report previously in the committee the figures that were given, but just to recap, we were given 4,000 members to recruit from the new enlistments from the colleges, but further also we were given 200 re-enlistments, particularly for your forensic leads investigations to ensure that those leads are finalized with arrests. And also through HR, we were given 1,000 lateral placements, which we also are busy with and finalizing. And lastly, as of August, we were given 353 new detectives to re-enlist, and those will be your assistant detectives to come and address our backlog. So, Chairperson, I'm happy to say that we have recorded much progress in this regard. On the 4,000, all the provinces have received new enlistments that actually finished their workplace training from the various police stations. We are currently collating all the numbers. This is a target as outlined in the APP that by the 31st of March 2026, we should have that 4,000 within the detectives. That also will help us in increasing the numbers. Of the 2,000, they're already, 200 who are earmarked for forensic leads investigations. We are done with that process. HR has finalized the issue of the health medical practitioner tests for them. And also these will form part of our reporting in the next portfolio sitting. I will then move over to Honorable Shickling's questions, which NATCOM has already touched on in relation to forensic. A number of portfolio committee members have touched on this question, so I'm going to answer all of them at once. Again, Chairperson, we know that we are only functioning with 3.5 laboratories. Again, it says that we are overwhelmed. However, for us not to compromise the criminal justice system, we have implemented a shift system, particularly in the Western Cape, where our members work 6 in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, from 2 in the afternoon to 10 in the evening. So which means that we have DNA analysis that is taking place around the clock. So in this regard, we have seen in this specific quarter an increase in terms of our finalization rate, which is currently standing at 4.28%. It's not much, as NATCOM said earlier. We did experience infrastructure challenges, which also compromised our analysis. So to date, we are standing, just for this quarter, standing at 156,835 entries finalized within your DNA. In relation to GBV, we continue to partner with the NPA in prioritizing cases that are already placed before the court roll. National Commissioner did report on the statistics of our 212 statements generated. I'm just going to give a figure of where we stand currently. To date, starting from 2020 to 2023 to date, we have produced over 145,000 212 statements that have been able to be before the court and were used to also convict those identified profile criminals. And now coming to the GBVF cases before the court, for this financial year, we already have given the NPA 8,652 prioritized cases, and all these reports have been used to successfully enroll cases in seeking justice for the victims of gender-based violence. NATCOM also spoke about the issue of the overload on the system of the Buccal samples. I want to give feedback, Chairperson, on the maturity of the National Forensic DNA database, because this is where we generate all our profiles, to say that when we started, we produced just under 900,000 profiles, and today I can safely say in this quarter, we have recorded 1.3 million plus DNA profiles within our system. The other question was in relation to progress made in relation to the laboratories. I'm just going to go through our partnership with Public Works in KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga, and starting with KwaZulu-Natal. We all know that we have been pursuing a laboratory in KwaZulu-Natal. I must say, Chairperson, sitting here today, that we have been able to record success in Mayville, where, as we sit today, the tenant installations has been completed, and we are actually working on just a few challenges with I think General Mulauzi can talk to that, with Public Works, but it is foreseen that we will be able to move into this lab to start working from the 1st of October. The initial date was September, however, due to the glitches with Public Works, the members will be there today for a meeting where these will be outlined. And I must say, these also were raised between our ministers in a meeting we had last week, where the National Commissioner and the DG undertook to solve the impasse for us to be able to successfully move into the new laboratory, which is a short-term solution for us. In relation to the long-term solution in KwaZulu-Natal, the preliminary site assessment was done by Public Works. Landscape feasibility was also completed, and it is foreseen that this process will go underway. The initial given period for completion was 4 years, but we do have quarterly meetings to review how far we are in relation to the long-term solution. On the Mpumalanga project, which also is in pursuance of us increasing our laboratory footprint, the needs assessment was done by both SAPS and DPW, and currently they are busy with the feasibility study. This particular project in Mpumalanga will accommodate ballistics, biology, and chemistry. We also, Chairperson, looking at expanding the Western Cape to George, and we are working closely with both DPW and Provincial Commissioner in this regard. On the partnerships further, we have identified space that we can, we actually have been given by the CSIR, and this is a space earmarked for only running the reference samples, or what we otherwise known as the buccal samples. The feasibility study was done, the POC was done, and currently we are working on a budget proposal, which will then mean us augmenting the machines that were earmarked for COVID that now we can use for our DNA buccal sample analysis. And once that is done, it is foreseen that at least by the 1st of November, the reference lane will be moved to the CSIR to also ease the pressure on the Arcadia Gauteng infrastructure. National Commissioner, I will then move to Honorable Sheckling's question on extortions. In relation to extortions, Honorable Sheckling, we do have national and provincial priority committees monitoring the extortion cases. If I may just give figures, for example, currently we are standing at 1.933 cases under investigation and 977 cases still in court. So we are engaging with the NPA to ensure the implementation of the PGI, and as well as for us to be able to improve our conviction rate. The NATCOM did speak about the communication tools, but I also want to report to the committee that in partnership with BAXA, which we are currently undertaking as our private public partnership, we are earmarking to capacitate the detectives in relation to technology. In this regard, we are talking e-docket in its true nature, not necessarily your scanning of the dockets, automating the e-detection business value chain. And one of the features in there will be your e-progress reporting to complainants. The banks are assisting us in this regard, being led by FNB. And I'm sure that as we are proceeding, we will report feedback to the committee. Chairperson, I thank you. Thanks, Nako.
Thanks, Chair. I'll ask General Dimpani to talk to some of the questions. It will be followed by General Matonzi and then General Mpua. Thanks.
Good morning to the Chairperson, the members of the committee, Deputy Ministers, National Commissioner. Heads of entities, all protocol is observed. Chairperson, I'll take the question on civil claims raised by Honorable Kola Barnett. We had paid 126.3 million as at end of June in terms of civil claims. Of this 126 million, 89.4 million was claims that are related prior to the 25-26 financial year. 77.9 million was related to this current financial year. Chair, we do have plans that we have instructed our legal department to put in place in terms of down management of these civil claims. This is a multidisciplinary plan. It is being monitored by management, in particular the accounting officer, through the Board of Commissioners. It is also being monitored closely by our audit committee, as well as the Office of the Auditor General. It comprises of quite a number of units, Chair. We have the Division Visible Policing, who are looking into all matters that relates to internal controls surrounding the management of civil claims, the policies, the procedures, and the education, as well as creation of awareness to our members as station lectures, as well as at various other meetings. The Division Legal Services is targeting frontline services and all operational environments in terms of provision of legal support and advice. They particularly focus on the top 10 stations that are really problematic when it comes to issues of civil claims. They review and update and implement policies as well as national instructions in consultation with visible policing where there is a need. We then have roped in our IT department to implement the integrated persons management system at identified stations, and this will assist us to deal with the problem that we were experiencing in terms of the detention of people for 48 hours in this particular regard, the enhancement of the systems, as well as our SAPS app functionality. We want to utilize this app for our members to create awareness. We aim to create an awareness and creating knowledge-based platforms for SAPS members to access important information related to civil claims and the relevant legislation applicable to civil claims, as well as the contributors to civil claims. We continue to also utilize our corporate communication to communicate and raise awareness on social media platforms by means of print as well as electronic media, communicating tips on how to prevent civil claims in this particular regard. Our Human Resource Development Chair also, they do touch on critical aspects in terms of their training curriculum when it comes to the civil claims aspects that are contained in our national instruction, legislative frameworks in terms of Bill of Rights, powers and duties, as well as the issues that surrounds the use of force, integrity, corruption. So it's a holistic aspects that they cover in terms of the training curriculum. We also are utilizing DPCI to investigate possible acts of corruption and collusion relating to civil claims. Chair and the committee will note that recently, I think it's on the 21st of August, we have an attorney who was struck off the roll in the Eastern Cape, and this was in relation to corruption on civil claims against SAPS. And this particular complaint was lodged by our legal department, Chair, after the investigation started after SAPS lodged a complaint about the judgment that was issued, which was against SAPS, and there was suspicion that there is collusion by attorney and the judge after this particular attorney increased the amount to be paid. So they were found guilty, and then this attorney was struck off the roll. So as I indicated, Chair, we do have this collaboration within all various relevant units within the department to ensure that we down manage this. There is pockets of success that we are beginning to see, Chair. When we looked at the data yesterday, when we were interrogating the report with the audit committee, we are seeing a bit of hope in that when we compare the troublesome categories, which is unlawful and arrest, as well as collisions and shooting, when we compare last year's targets versus this year's targets in terms of Q1, we do see a bit of decrease. For unlawful arrest and detention, the claims that we had received for the first quarter last year compared to this year went down by 26%. On collisions, we went down by 24%. and on shooting incidents, we went down by 46.9%. We are hopeful that all these efforts that we are putting in place as a department eventually will assist us to down manage these particular issues in this financial year. This is a plan as well as in aspects that we closely monitor. All the assurance providers, including the Office of the AG as well as the Audit Committee, are monitoring us and demanding answers as well as progress on this particular action plan. So that is on civil claims. The biological assets, there was a question there. There's a 3 million that has been allocated as at end of June. There was no expenditure. We can report, Chair, that the procurement process of putting together a contract is currently unfolding. The process is at BEC level. We anticipate that by the end of Q3, the dogs will be procured. This 3 million is for the procurement of dogs. The procurement process would have been concluded and there would be a visible expenditure at least at end of Q3. So we are concluding the procurement process in terms of the contract that we utilize to procure these dogs. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. General Matonzi will respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Deputy Minister, the National Commissioners and HOD senior officials, colleagues, all protocol observed. Honorable Chair, for me, it's only to comment or respond to only one question, specifically the school safety programs, which was raised by Honorable James. Let me indicate that from a national perspective, we have a target of 250 schools that we are targeting this year. Those schools were selected by the provinces based on their risk assessment of the issues around there. But specifically for Western Cape, it's a total of 26 schools that we are targeting this year. In terms of our school safety program, a few things that we focus on is the identification of the designated school safety officer. We also link the school to the police station. Then we undertake some of the interventions, which should be mainly the awareness, but also in some cases where it's necessary, we'll also intervene in school in terms of the searches and all other operations that needs to be required. The children in general, they are children in conflict with the law. In general, they are regulated by the Child Justice Act, which then, unlike the adults, they follow a slightly different process in the sense that the first stage will have to be the assessment, which is done by a probation officer. And then there will be a preliminary inquiry looking at the case and the circumstances and the nature of what exactly happened. And based on that, there will be two things that might happen. The child might be diverted, which means that referred to a specific program to address that issue without going to jail. Or in some cases, it may be a trial, then it will follow the normal process in terms of the sentence. The sentence may either refer a child to a child care centers. We have a few of them around the country, which are then not necessarily the part of the SAPS per se, but we play some part in terms of that. Or the court may then issue a different order depending on the circumstances of the child, etc., etc. So that is where we are as far as the school safety program. But over and above that, Honorable Chair, as we are aware that we signed a protocol this year with basic educations, there are other schools that are located in high crime areas that we are also working on in terms of the awareness and also conducting some operations as from time to time as required by the school. So that's all I wanted to add on this particular issue. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, General. Who will answer on the disciplinary matters?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, and all the colleagues in the platform. Chairperson, I just want to add on for completeness on the response given by General Sintimule on the capacitation of the detectives. Just to indicate also, Chairperson, that over and above what she has mentioned, we have also advertised posts for supervisory levels for the detectives. Out of the 2,800 posts that we have advertised for post promotions, for the detectives at station level, specialized units, head office, as well as FSL, we have advertised 574 posts. So these are for supervisors. Then secondly, Chairperson, we are also introducing the scarce skills allowance for the detectives to attract more detectives, more police officers to come to the detectives, and this will commence on the 1st of October. Just to supplement what General Sintimule has indicated. So on the question of discipline, Chairperson, I agree with Honorable Barnett as well as Honorable Schickling in terms of the delay or the non-performance in terms of finalization of the cases. Yes, during the first quarter, we didn't do well, mainly because some of the cases were at investigation stage, others were at the hearing stages, Chairperson. But I think when I look at our performance outside the first quarter, end of July, there is some kind of progress, Chairperson, in terms of the finalization of some of these cases. And also maybe just to mention that on the corruption-related cases, Chairperson, by the end of June, we managed to finalize 6 cases out of the 29. Yes, it is progress, but it's not a good one. And also, when it comes to the IPID recommendations on the question of Honorable Shikil, I think when IPID was presenting, they did mention that 60 disparate cases where they were awaiting feedback, there is a reduction of about 50%. So the figures there, they are no longer 60, but they are sitting around 30. But still, it is not a good progress. But I must assure the committee that we are doing our utmost best, Chairperson, to make sure that when it comes to discipline, we perform according to the required time frame. But I can also give comfort to the committee that all the cases, they do receive attention. Yes, we might be finalizing them outside the required time frames, but all of them, they do receive the necessary attention. We also have, matters of discipline as a standing matter on the BOC agenda, where provincial commissioners and divisional commissioners are held accountable in terms of the non-performance when it comes to discipline. I must also indicate, Chairperson, I think I did mention last year when I was accounting before this committee on the non-performance of discipline, that the only solution that we can have to deal with discipline is the establishment of the disciplinary units. And I can indicate that in the structure that was approved by the National Commissioner in May, Chairperson, disciplinary units are already in the structure of the SAPS. We just need to implement it. Then we can start seeing, some kind of progress in terms of the finalization of, disciplinary cases. But we do admit and appreciate that, yes, we are not doing well when it comes to discipline, and we assure the committee that we'll continue trying our level best to make sure that we achieve on this indicator, Chairperson. That is all from my side. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. I think we answered all. Thank you.
Thank you, General Masemola and team, for the answers. If we may now hand over to Dr. Bila with regard to the IPID questions, from where we will then go to Secretariat, Mr. Sibui. Dr. Bila?
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think I need to start with a comment by Honorable James on the question of endorsement, so that I give perspective to my statement. I think it is critical that from time to time we give confidence in the work we do as IPID. And we thought it is necessary to do it at a proactive level, opposed to receiving a question at this level and respond to. And this is backgrounded by the fact that in our previous appearance before Select Committee, there was such a question of whether we are independent enough, whether there are political interferences. And we have clarified at that level to say there is no such. And having been asked a question of that nature, we thought it is necessary to proactively state where we are in terms of how we do our work. So, Honorable James, just rest assured that it is a question of us from time to time indicating our impartiality, and we'll continue doing so that we give confidence to this committee as well as the general public. There was a question about Julie's, also asked by Honorable James. The National Head of Investigation, who's acting Mr. Tuso, will deal with that, and also backlog matters. Mr. Kfelaka, you can come in.
Thanks, Dr. Bila. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Honorable Chairperson, the Deputy Minister, honorable members, and National Commissioner and all officers in attendance. Chairperson, I'll start off by responding to the question of Nathaniel Julie's matter. The case currently it's on trial. It appeared last month, which was the 27th of August, 2025, and it was postponed to the 12th of September, 2025. And this is for the final argument. And with regard to how we are going to deal with the backlog, Chairperson, we can acknowledge that indeed we have got a backlog dating back to 2012, thereabouts. And the numbers are very high, but as a result, we came up with a strategy. We call it a backlog strategy, which is meant to run for the MTEF period. And in doing so, the department enlisted a total of 10 retired detectives to solely focus on this backlog. And there is also an intention to add 15 more contract workers who are seasoned detectives. And we have, over and above that, procured 8 additional vehicles that would be delivered anytime from now. We believe that this fleet will augment the number of vehicles that we have. And in the main, the retired detectives, this number that we have allocated for backlog will mainly be deployed in those provinces that are contributing highly on the backlog. The backlog in the 4 provinces, which is Gauteng, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and KZN, accounts for 70% of the total backlog. So we were looking at, as we were projecting, that it might take the department 3.5 years to deal with this mammoth task. So we can give the confidence that with the approach that we are taking, there is a high possibility that in 3 years or so, we should have significantly reduced this number. to where we'll be able to manage the investigations. I thank you.
No, thank you, Acting National Head of Investigation. Now, I think I need to talk to the question around the impact wherein Honorable Shackling is worried about a number of criminal convictions, which are sitting at 15. We just want to indicate that this number, as much as it looks to be very low, one should interpret it with departmental convictions, which are sitting at 52, which is a high number. By the way, there are also 7 dismissals as a result. And I also need to draw your attention, Honorable Shackling, to the matters on the court roll, which are sitting at 1,090. And this is a very huge impact in terms of our work. We are indeed creating value. As much as our main intention is not to maximize numbers of criminal convictions and so forth and so forth, but rather to, at the end of the period, realize professionalization of the police, and that can be realized whenever numbers go down. By the day wherein we will be sitting at a 0 conviction rate, I think we should all be celebrating to say we are making an impact because ethical conduct are improving. I think that should be interpreted within that spirit, and we have noted your appreciation, Honorable Shackling, in terms of how we are dealing with backlog, and we really appreciate such. Honorable Muyela asked about overspending on accommodation. The CFO will deal with that, and as he deals with such a question, he will be coupling it with what Honorable Mukwena asked in relation to under expenditure on forensic investigation services. And that also talked to what Honorable Sukopo asked in terms of under expenditure, asking specifically to see what will be our catch-up plan to ensure that we are on par in terms of our plan and actual expenditure. So basically, those are questions which will be dealt with by the CFO. Mr. Patrick Stady, over to yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bila. Chairperson, the question on office accommodation expenditure was asked by Honorable Moela as well as Honorable Sokopo. So when I'm responding to it, I will be covering the 2 honorable members. Chair, the office accommodation budget is divided into 2. The first part is what we call a devolution, a devolved fund that is sitting under office accommodation sub-program for the budget of 17.3 million. And the second part of it, which amounts to 9.3 million, is what we have augmented as a department. So that budget is sitting within program 2 and program 1. So what happened in this case is that we have started incurring cost of our office accommodation within devolved fund. And the plan is to utilize the office accommodation budget, which will cover about 7 months of the current financial year, from April up to October. And once it is exhausted, then we will be tapping into the voted fund, which will cover November until March 2026. So we will be able to spend within our office accommodation budget. And for the period of 12 months, all the invoices will be settled. We pay around 2.2 million on monthly basis, the invoice that we received from DPW. So Chair, we are safe. Once we have exhausted devolved fund, we'll tap into the voted fund. Thank you. The second one from Honorable Mokoena is on forensic investigation. Chair and honorable members, you will recall that when I was doing a presentation, I indicated that the forensic investigation is a fairly new function, which was established in the year under review. And during the planning, there were two key areas that were budgeted for. One was the personnel for various aspects that are required to support during the investigation, and two, procurement of forensic system in order to assist our forensic analyst. Now, Chair, I've indicated that the structure, organizational structure, is still going through various consultation processes. And once that is done, we will then expect the concurrence and the approval for implementation. It's then when we can start seeing a movement after the recruitment of the forensic investigators team, as well as the forensic system. Then we'll then see the movement. At this stage, we are still waiting for the organizational structure to be finalized. Thank you, Chair. Those were the two questions.
No, thank you, CFO, and over to yourself, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bila. Then hand over finally to Mr. Sibui from the Secretariat.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Once again, my greetings. Chair, low spending on the DNA board. It's correct, Honorable Bernard. We are experiencing a low spending due to the fact that the DNA board term has expired. Although we tried to fill or to recruit the new board before the old board could go out into office, but due to delays in advertising, re-advertising, and so forth, it created a bit of a longer period in relation to that. But we can report that as of last week, the minister has approved the new board, which will come into effect. The chairperson of the board, who must be appointed by the Chief Justice, the retired judge, there is a nomination by the Chief Justice. We're just sorting out the issues around remuneration with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development on that one. But because the Deputy Chair is in place in terms of the appointment, so the board will be able to be fully constituted and proceed. We have developed a catch-up program because the fact that the board has expired, the work did not stop. The administrative team have been doing the work. It's just a matter of the board coming in to start ratifying and looking at the work, and then we will then fast track in terms of that catch-up program. We also, through the various interaction before with the portfolio committee, and looking at the legacy report recommendations in relation to the public awareness that the board, as well as the DNA, as well as the DPCI judge, must engage in. So some of the expenditure will be fast-tracked through that process of public engagement that the board must be able to engage so that they are being known. In relation to the familial search policy, the work is underway. I will quickly ask Ms. Omar, the acting DDG, who will then give us the time frame in relation to when are the finalization. But I know that we are at an advanced stage in relation to the finalization of the policy. Ms. Omar?
Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, Chair, members, DMs, and colleagues. Chair, I'm at the moment currently finalizing. It's the last edit of the DNA policy. So we have had engagements, very good engagements with SAPS on this. We've had some challenges with the Department of Home Affairs. Health has been on board. So we're in the process of finalizing. It should be ready before the end of December. Chair, thank you.
Thanks a lot, acting DDG. Yes, Chair, you're correct. We have conducted one GBV campaign in the last quarter, which yes, we note that probably this is not a good way to start. There have been a lot of intervention by the ministry within the criminal justice cluster as a whole, that the GBV campaigns should be pitched at an integrated level. So we are now following that approach, but you will also see that there will be an improvement in relation to the campaign when we report for the second quarter. But we also are following an integrated approach, which means we get the entire cluster as well as the social cluster to be part of the campaign for a greater impact. And we can see that programs have already started at the level of the cluster through the nut joints, as well as which includes other departments. So we'll be reporting much better in the second quarter in relation to this matter. This is coupled with the issue around the integration in the fight against crime, which is correct. Colleagues will remember that, or honorable members will remember that Cabinet has approved the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy, which we are facilitating the implementation as Civilian Secretariat for Police Service. And a National Working Committee has been established, which involves all departments, and will start reporting in the second quarter in relation to that, in relation to the work that is done by the National Working Committee. But we are reporting at the cluster on monthly basis, together at FOSAT on monthly basis, on the work that is being done by the National Working Committee and the contribution that must come from all other departments. So we think that once we are able to get this work off the ground, probably we will have a greater impact. This is coupled with the implementation of the cooperation agreements which we have signed in the 4 provinces. Although there are challenges in relation to the implementation of cooperation agreement on other streams, but the operational streams in relation to law enforcement in all 4 areas, it's working. We are just having challenges in relation to other streams. For instance, issues around service delivery that must involve other spheres of government and so forth, which we are continuously engaging so that we improve in relation to those streams. Civilian Secretariat, it's a process, honorable members, in relation to ensure that Civilian Secretariat is known in communities. We're engaged in various campaigns. both myself and ministry through public engagement and through social media platforms and so forth. And we think with time we will be able to say we are visible in communities, and the impact of that with time will soon be realized. But it's correct that yes, we had a challenge before which the portfolio committee has raised, and we are resolving that matter by ensuring that we engaged in various campaigns. But obviously, we'll note that the budget for Civilian Secretariat is so minimal, and we are also have developed a business case which we presented that to National Treasury, and there is that engagement between ourselves and National Treasury, hoping that we may have some level of positiveness in improving on the budget of Civilian Secretariat. May I ask Mr. Amaro to quickly talk to the issue on the functionality of CPFs, which we continuously do on a regular basis. But the issue that I mentioned earlier on, Chair, was the finalization of the policy in relation to the resourcing of CPFs by provinces. As I've indicated, after this meeting, we will be meeting with provinces so that we present to provinces, heads of department, the guidelines which we have developed, and then thereafter we'll then brief ministry and then MINMEC for final adoption, so that CPFs we start seeing CPFs receiving stipend and provinces playing a role in ensuring that they resource CPFs fully, for they are fully functional, for them to be fully functional, because they play a very integral part in the fight against crime. Chair, but let me ask Mr. Amaro to add if there's anything around this matter. Mr. Amaro.
Thanks, DG. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Deputy Ministers, heads of entities, and colleagues. What I want to add in terms of the CPFs, it's in terms of the assessment, functionality assessment. There are two things that we look at. So when we do the assessment, we want to check whether the CPF is performing as expected, and having the desired programs and initiatives that it does in the community. So when we assess and then we realize that it is not having that required functionality, then the first thing that we need to do, or what that we do, is to try and get assistance for the CPF. So that will be provided by Asset National or by the Provincial Secretariat. So if for an example, they don't have the safety plans, or they don't have the initiatives that they have planned that they will do with the community, then we assist them to develop such plans, and then assist them now to come up with initiatives. So that's when now we will be able to say they are moving. But now the second aspect is the impact of the functionality, not just the assessment. The impact of functionality, so we see it in terms of the initiatives that they will be conducting in the community, and the involvement of the communities that they are leading in terms of safety issues. So our expectations is, if the CPF is working properly, then there has to be better coordination and cooperation between them and the local police stations, wherein they even assist the police in terms of the areas when they do their investigations and so on and so forth. But we need also to see the difference happening in community, where community members are more aware of what they need to do if they have got challenges, whether it's GBV and so on and so forth. And where possible, which is the desired results, we need to see even improvement in terms of safety matters in the community. So in summary, if we assess functionality and they are not at the desired level, we assist them through capacitation, and of course we assist them also in terms of coming up with initiatives that they do in the community. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I think those were the few questions that were raised that we needed to deal with from honorable members. Thanks, Chair. My hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sibui and the team. It is now 20 to 12. We have just under an hour. We would like to try and finish by 12:30 due to the ad hoc committee also sitting this afternoon, as well as a plenary later today. I'm going to open the floor for follow-ups, or if something wasn't answered, please ask that. I'm going to decrease the time slightly and make it 3 minutes per person. Please try and limit the questions in order for us to make sure everything can be properly answered, and then we can go to that. Also, please keep in mind that you specifically say who the question is to. Noted the Honourable Kola Barnard. I've noted the Honourable Schikkeling and the Honourable Garner. Also, Honourable James. I will note the rest as we go. Honourable Kola Barnard, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The Forensic Science Laboratory backlog. First of all, I can't believe it's back to 50%. But surely it's all about capacity. And the expansion into Durban, because of the catastrophe of having the one lab so near the flood zone that the evidence was washed out to sea on a number of occasions. How close are we with that? They've owned a property in Pinetown for about the last 15 years and never built on it. So where are we with the Mabel one, and who's going to staff it? And yeah, the low spending, I understand the DNA board delays, and that's the result is the low spending. But what on earth is going on that you knew when it was going to be disestablished, and you had the timeline? I absolutely failed to understand why you couldn't get it together sufficiently, timeously, in order to have the new board up and running as the old one was dissolved. Sorry, the civil claims amount you did give us, but it does seem to be higher than initially anticipated. Do you know what specific categories of claims are driving the increase? I know obviously there are claims that are easy to challenge, but on the whole, the amount paid out is enormous. So what are the categories that are the top issue? The buccal sample collection has underperformed. This is absolutely compulsory for the Schedule 8 offenders, and apparently it's down to inefficiencies in kit distribution. Seriously, I can't believe that this has never been resolved, and that it's still an issue. So please, how long is it going to take to get this sorted out? We cannot let Schedule 8 offenders stroll off without their samples in the system. That's what the system is all about. And can you provide a breakdown of the categories of the civil claims paid out this quarter, specifically? And finally, yeah, your spending on buildings and infrastructure, that's on track. But what is the actual performance to which of them have been delayed and which ones are being particularly successful? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. I then move to Honourable Schikkeling.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to everybody for their answers. I just have a few follow-up questions. You know, if you look at the reports from all the departments, and if I look at what was said yesterday during the interaction with the ministerial team, is that the SAPS really, as we know, and it's not something we don't know, is sitting with a massive vacancy rate. I'd like to know from the SAPS when all these vacancies will be filled, please, because the Civilian Secretariat mentioned the same. So I'd like to know when the vacancies across the SAPS will be filled, please. And then my second question is, per chance, I don't know how it happened, but I've been through several roadblocks in the last few months, which I really do think are fantastic, and I welcome the roadblocks. But not at one single roadblock was there a K9 unit available, or that they were not visible, so they were not there. And I mean, we all know that we're sitting with a massive problem in our country where drugs and firearms are transported by vehicles from one province to another and from different towns. Why are we not utilizing the K9 unit for what they are there for? I mean, it's obviously much easier for these members, these dogs, to sniff out the drugs and the firearms. I want to know why we're not utilizing them more. And then, Chair, in Middelburg specifically, there's a huge plague of drugs at the moment. There's somebody died, I think, on the street yesterday again of a drug overdose. And obviously, Middelburg is almost the center, excuse me, between Gauteng and Mozambique. Why are we not making sure that we have more roadblocks or people checking the drugs in these central areas that we know where there's an increase to stop it from going into the rest of our communities? It's really a concern for me. And then I'd like to ask if the police at their next meeting can please provide us with a specific list of the DNA backlog in our country per lab that we have. I know that they're only, as they said, they're operating with basically 3.5, but I'd like to know what the backlog is of the crime stats. My second last question is, when can we expect to receive the first quarter crime statistics? Because according to my knowledge and the timetable, we should have received crime statistics about 2 weeks ago. We haven't received anything. I'd like to know when we would be receiving that. And then just as a closing point, Chair, to our knowledge and to my knowledge, not one member of the organized crime unit in the Western Cape has the necessary clearance certificate to work there. So it is something that I'm just mentioning, and we will follow up at SAPS. But I just like to know, because there is obviously a huge delay in the security clearance as the police have presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. Honorable Garner.
Thanks very much, Chair. Quick one. I got kicked out and I was trying to get back, and it took a while for me to get back. So if my question was subsequently clarified, I'll accept it as such. But General Masimola, what I was talking about in that slide around the police SAPS owned firearms or SAPS registered firearms is to say that at the moment that particular target does not make a lot of sense. I hear what you are saying, but what I would want to see is to say, all right, in this quarter we lost X number of firearms and we recovered them or we didn't recover them, because by then you know what you are tracking. Alternatively, you can say, insofar as you know, these are the number of SAPS firearms that have been robbed, stolen, and so forth, and this is how much progress we are making in recovering them, because ordinarily we want to recover all of them. That's the first one. The second one that I raised, Chair, relates to the communication between the investigating officers and the victims of crime. I didn't get a response in that. And what are the measures that are being introduced as a way to restore the trust in the police? The third issue, Chair, that it has become, as I do my oversights, a big concern. It's the performance of the SAPS garage. That when vehicles are taken there, it takes a long time for it to them to be fixed. But also, in some instances, you have vehicles that let's say they go there just to change the lights,
by the time it comes back, it's a completely different vehicle because of the parts stolen or exchange and so forth. What is being done to check up and ensure that there's quality control in that in SAPS garages? And then the fourth and last one, is there a kind of a framework that is given to station commanders insofar as the relations with the private security, or it's up to the station commander to choose which of the private players they then work closely with, and which ones they invite when they do operations. So those will be my questions, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Garner. Honourable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to go back to my question on firearms on the streets. And I've heard the response from the National Commissioner and everyone else. It is not acceptable. It is not acceptable that in this day and age, we have as many members and policemen being robbed from their firearms. And I'm specifically reflecting on what is unfolding in the Western Cape. Just last night, Chairperson, as you know, 6 people were gunned down in Kraaifontein, 3 double murders as a result of the lethargic response to getting guns off the street, as a result of the lethargic response to ensuring that our police members actually have those body cams and our police stations are adequately protected in terms of you don't have these criminals running into these police stations and stealing and robbing the police stations like the National Commissioner put it. I want to say that I hear people saying, welcome to welcoming the National Commissioner as well as the Minister and, commending them for their intervention in the Western Cape. I want to place it on record that in 2018, there was an Imbizo, there was a visit by all of these members in PAL. In 2019, there was another Imbizo, no results. In 2020, there was one in Tafelsig, and they spoke about the 7-point plan. In 2023, there was one engagement. In 2024, there was in Hanover Park. Again in 2024, there was in Guguletu. Again in 2025. And we are commending them for their efforts. What happened to the outcome and the plan and the intervention that resulted as a result of these many imbizos that has been held in the Western Cape? I want to know what will be done differently. I think it was shocking to learn yesterday when the minister said that to date, decades later, 3 decades later, there's still no plan for the Western Cape. What will it take? What would it take for the National Commissioner, for the Provincial Commissioner to say that, you know what, we cannot anymore, we have failed, we need to declare the Western Cape as a state of emergency? That is what I want to put on record. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable James. Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, I want to as well, because I've raised a complaint in our meeting that there's nothing done in the Western Cape about the killings where in one day 20 people were murdered. But I must say that to the National Commissioner, and I'm going to reiterate that once again, to say it's a right step in the right direction. You know, 1,000 miles begin with a single step. If there was nothing happening, you know, we're only complaining. I said last week that the president never put his foot in the Western Cape. You know, we need states of emergency, we need police there. And I've seen the police yesterday. And I guess if this is intensified, it will bring a little bit of a relief for our people in that particular area. And indeed, the police, as I said earlier, that you know, alone, the police alone can't stop the murdering of our people. It's impossible. You know, we need the social cohesion. We need other departments. We need the society, you know, the community police forums. We need our citizens to be active. We can only work together to achieve a particular result. But indeed, the firearms are too many. In fact, to the provincial commissioner, General Pategile, there were issues which were raised in Kagayaletu about the exchange of IDs. Some policemen, we are told, allege that they are taking TVs, in exchange. There's a lady who's running that in that particular area. But we did our oversight, as MPs. We are doing that every Monday to the different areas. There's a lot of outcries, in every police. I went to one national commissioner in Vulindlela. There's a squatter camp just next to it. The resources there are zero. People does as they please. The police themselves, they are scared, because they are not safe where they are. And indeed, we need to plan better. And I guess if we can work together, nothing is impossible. And to the minister, I'm not sure whether, but the acting minister indeed is in a baptism of fire now, because he just arrived there. And then I guess he's still wanting as well. It's not long. I think he's got less than 2 months acting there. And indeed, there's a lot of problems. But the National Commissioner and his team, the management, please try and work together with the community, to achieve particular results. It's difficult. It's not easy, because people are unemployed. There's so many social ills which contribute to what is happening in this country. And let's not only throw stones. If we have to come up with solutions as well to help, because it's not only the police, and I must reiterate that, who can stop what is happening in this country. The unemployment, you go to the Western Cape, you will see for yourself. Go to Delphi there, go to Kaile, go to Langa, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's during the day. But when you go to those townships, not only in the Western Cape, it's not a separate issue, all over the country. You've got that unemployment issue which has embarked in this country. And indeed, if those issues are not addressed, I can put my head on the block. The police won't be able to cope. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Before I hand over, I just have 2 questions to the Secretariat, specifically regarding the Firearms Control Act amendments and that process. I just want to make sure that, let me just go to my 2 questions. The first one is just how, or rather, which stakeholders from the industry have been pulled in, and this, I guess, includes from the private security industry, sport shooting, etc., and have been consulted in the NEDLAC process, because I have been inundated with complaints regarding the lack of stakeholder engagement from NEDLAC, and how is this going to be resolved, and to make sure we have proper public engagement and participation. I would leave it at that for now, and then I'll ask if there's anything additional. May I go to General Masemola first? General Masemola.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The vacancy rate, Chairperson, we are aware we had a number of posts from station level that were quite vacant, including the crime intelligence posts. And you had earlier the gentleman who said we have advertised over 1,000 or 2,000 posts for internal filling, that is promotional posts, which will be filled. And there is also external, but she will come specific on that, Chairperson. Honorable Schickling, I definitely will not deny your statement. You are correct. You can't really have a roadblock without a K9. One will, of course, get the operational wing, General Musala. on behalf of General Msikidi to fill up that gap and make sure that we do have patrol dogs, we do sniffer dogs, we have them. So yeah, it's unacceptable that one finds roadblocks without this capacity. We will correct that. Issues around drugs in Middelburg. We do have operations in that line, but one wasn't aware that there is this heightened problem in Middelburg, but we know the N4, we do recover a lot of drugs there on the route from our neighboring country. That's why we also have some deployment in that country to assist us to intercept these drugs as they come across or along our road. Okay, specific DNA backlog. We will provide those stats, Honorable Schickling. Yeah, the crime stats, Honorable Schickling, you are correct. We just need to know that the minister is just new. We just need to finalize our internal things, and immediately when we are finalized with the minister's briefings and whatever, we will soon go out on that. Honorable Ghana, some of the questions will be answered by General Stolle and Brigadier Reddy on the SAPS garages. Just in overall on SAPS garages, remember we had an outsourced contract of RT, whatever that, where we were outsourcing most of our services. And that created us a problem that, as you are rightly so saying, that vehicles come worse than they went to those people which were outsourcing. And then we took a decision that we should work towards insourcing, so that when this contract comes to an end, which is still, I think, is this year when it will come to an end, we must have capacity to do insourcing, employ more mechanics, and also use some of the TVET students that have completed to do their internships at the various police garages, and also open more. We have taken a decision. We are opening a SAPS garage at the POP4. Actually, I gave them the time I gave them, it was around April, that it should be operational by end of October, because especially in Western Cape, we have very, very few. It's quite a number of them that we want to open and make them permanent. Tata is one of them. I just give examples. Not all. Kiani is one of them. I'm just giving a roughly example. Amastral is one of them. So we are slowly coming to repair our cars, because repairing outside carries a lot of problems and risks that you find even some questionable figures driving our SAPS vehicles saying they are testing them. So that's why we are moving away from that practice to come inside and in-source. But General Stolle and Brigadier Reddy will talk a little bit more on that. Honorable Ghana, I tasked the communications team to look at, come up with a strategy on how we will improve this trust to SAPS by the society. Well, the first one is by us doing our work, and secondly, they are working on a plan to present to management and ministry to say how are we going to improve this trust and the relationship between us and them. On the framework of the station commanders to work with private security companies, we do have a MOU between us and the Association for Private Security Companies. And we have an initiative also with the Business Against Crime called Eyes and Ears, commonly known as E2. With that program, we do not say the security companies must do SAPS work. All we are saying is they must assist us where they see crimes happening. They must assist us, call us so that we can respond. And yes, we have picked up in certain provinces that looks like there are people that end up doing sort of police work. I will task the administration to send out another circular just to explain this relationship, how it should be. In certain provinces, we picked up security companies staging roadblocks in public roads, which they are not allowed. They can't search anybody in public. They have got a specific private mandate. But in other provinces, it works quite well, especially in Gauteng. I've seen there is a lot of successes in CITs and others, robberies where the security company played a critical role in making sure SAPS come on board timely to deal with the criminals. But we'll circulate that framework again so that it's clear even to station commanders that we work with all, of course, private security companies, the registered ones, but there are those questionable security companies that, of course, will not definitely work with them. We know about them, and which some of them are owned by suspected to be either related to questionable figures. So those, of course, we will not work, and we know some of them, and we will definitely not work with those. Honorable James, the issues around the firearms on the street, we accept and acknowledge as South African Police Service that yes, it is wrong, it is unacceptable, we should not be having firearms on the street. But the reality of the matter is yes, we do have them. As I said, firearms get robbed from law enforcement, firearms get robbed from the general public, or even the general public and law enforcement. They also, some of them lose these firearms negligently. But as I said, we have picked up a specific made of firearm, which it will be best for me not to say it here because it might just disrupt our operations. A specific firearm which we find on the street, most of them are new, quite very readily new, some with serial numbers, of course, some with not. So, and we are at the stage where we are able to deal with this matter, and they will continuously, of course, deal with these firearms, have operations to deal with the firearms. And South African Police Services surely cannot deploy over 400 members in Western Cape to deal with gangs if we don't have, we cannot spend money to send people just to go and walk the streets of Cape Town if we don't have a plan to deal with the gangs. You are aware that some of the top guys, leaders in this Ralph Stanfield and company, others, Modak, we locked them up. They were locked up by police. And to lock those people up, you just don't wake up and walk and go and take him. You have to work very hard to do that. So we might not be able to detail each and every activity of our plan, but we do have plan. Hence, this 400, we have 200 members coming from other provinces, 200 from the Western Cape, 200 law enforcement. That gives you 600 to deal with gang stations in the province. What we are saying is we will change strategies work differently. We cannot, of course, implement this one and the same plan all the time. That's what we also told Minister, that we want to change our strategies and do something different. So that is basically on the farms. And countrywide, we collect over, like this province, Western Cape, since April to now, they collected over 700 firearms from the street. That's a big number. And we are aware there is still a number out there. And with our operations, specific operations that's currently dealing with the gangs in the Western Cape, consisting of this number of people I've just given. And of course, your ordinary operation, Chanela, in the province of Western Cape and countrywide. They are yielding quite good successes in terms of the recovery of firearms that we do get. And of course, you have seen, we destroy a number of these firearms as and when we are done. I think currently we have a destruction that is pending, that we are going to destroy a number of them. We accept, yes, that there are some fears in society. We have the Vice-Pol Divisional Commissioner General Mambuteti. Recently, they were engaging the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. I know they are at advanced stage where they are working on how can we prohibit or ban these replica firearms, because as we talk about the fear of firearms, currently what befell us in the country more is also the replica firearms. They look exactly the same, they make the same noise. The only difference is there is no bullet that goes out of that firearm, but you can be robbed of your belongings, you can be robbed of your real firearm with these replica firearms, because they look exactly the same, the ammunition is the same. And the worst part, in the Western Cape, these firearms, they drill them. They drill the barrel and they load the real ammunition. And we have tested it. It does shoot and it can kill. So hence we approach the DTIC that we need to ban this in our country, because at the end of the day, they are just firearms to anybody. As I said, you can be robbed because they make same amount of noise like a real firearm. So we are working on that. If we get that right and deal with the firearms internally, I'm sure we'll be able to reduce firearms in the country, of course. As I said, we have a national team that have appointed sub-teams in the province solely dealing with the firearms and in all aspects. Not that the rest of our Operation Shanyana and others won't deal with firearms because this team is there. No, this team is in addition, and to deal solely with their full time on firearms. And I think with time we will get some results. And we are working with the Department of Correctional Services to see how we can also stop the infiltration in the gang areas by correctional centers or prisons, because currently what you see in the Western Cape is been fueled, of course, yes, from some of the prisons. So we want to see how we can go around that, and so that there's no more influence with regard to that. General Impani, maybe we can come up with the matter of civil claims. There was a follow-up on that one, but maybe I can say also, members would recall that on civil claim we had a problem of people that were being detained for more than 48 hours. I've since issued a detailed guideline that tells exactly how members should treat people that are being arrested. They shouldn't arrest and investigate, but do it the other way around. And we have reduced the number of hours people must appear in court, which the instruction says you don't have to wait for 48 hours before a person appears. It's a directive that is out there where I said, if somebody is arrested, let's say on Thursday, in terms of law, your 48 hours is not going to expire on Friday. It might expire somewhere Monday afternoon. So the instruction is anybody that is arrested on a Thursday must definitely appear on a Friday. And that's the area where we're picking up a lot of civil claims. So the instruction have got more other details. So that also goes a long way in reducing our civil claims. General Dimpani?
Thank you, Chair. The question was relating to the categories of the civil claims. I think the category that is troubling us, up to June, we had picked up 1,423 incidents that relates to arrest and detention unlawful. So that is the major category that is troubling us. It is followed by collisions. We had picked up 74 incidents that were claims that were paid, as well as assaults. We had 35, shooting incidents, we had 15. So those are the areas that are troubling us, but in the main, the one that is very troublesome is unlawful arrest and detention. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chairperson. On Honorable Ghana's SAPS owned firearms, yes, we will work out that figure. Honorable Ghana's will make it available to say how many firearms were lost in a quarter and how many were recovered. Of course, bear in mind that what is recovered in a quarter is not necessarily to say it has been stolen in that quarter. Might have been stolen 5 or whatever years back, but we will do that in writing and be able to give that figure, both the SAPS owned and general firearms that are lost by members of the public. General Stolle on SAPS garages.
Thank you, National Commissioner. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sitting with Brigadier Reddy General. He will just, in short, indicate the critical areas that we have covered in relation to the improvement of the efficiencies at the garages. Thank you, General.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, National Commissioner, and all members. From our side, General, we've developed the National Master Plan, which is a turnaround strategy for the garages in SAPS. We currently have 96 garages that spread across the length and the breadth of the country. We found a critical issue with regards to the outsourcing of vehicles that are made to the RT46 contract, which is currently being contracted to Westbank. And we're currently spending close to 1.2 to 1.4 billion per annum on just on this contract. And as the National Commissioner has directed within the space that we look at prioritizing our vehicles to be repaired at SAPS garages. And I think there's been quite a big move towards us improving on increasing the in-house capacity. Currently, Chairperson, we allocate vehicles, 75% of the vehicles to be repaired in-house and 25% to be repaired to be outsourced. We want primarily the artisans that are within the garage environment to be able to repair, service, and maintain our vehicle fleet. Now, what we found is when we look at the performance of the contract, we've got almost 70% of vehicles that are outsourced, which is the 25% that are still stuck at merchants. And we find that Westbank has merchants that are not well capacitated, that do not have the capabilities of repairing these vehicles on time. We've had a huge backlog of vehicles in the last financial year, which we've managed to put a lot of pressure to try and bring a lot of these vehicles from the outsourced merchants back into the SAPS garages. Now, our focus for this, the imminent focus now, Chairperson, is on the in-house capacity. So what we have done as the SAPS, we had looked at capacitating our personnel within that space. We had looked at within the current HR priorities that are allowed that are allowed within the baseline allocation to recruit at least about 200 artisans in the current financial year. To capacitate this further, we have engaged with the EPWP program, and that is a MOU that the National Commissioner has signed now recently, together with the National Department of Public Works as well as SACRA, which is a graduate institute that are prepared to give us 1,300 participants. This will bolster definitely our capacity at garages to be able to curb the shortfall that we are currently experiencing. Secondly, we have deployed a lot of resources in the garages to capacitate the in-house abilities and capabilities. The Chief Financial Officer has allocated in the region of 30 to 40 million to buy diagnostic tools and equipment. We also guided our garages to be able to procure RMI accredited diagnostic equipment. We have developed standards for the garages that are RMI accredited, which is the Retail Motor Industry Accreditation, so that we can start getting our garages also accredited at some point in the future. But we created the standards for them. We created a master tool list for them and the diagnostic equipment. So we've given them funds to be able to do that. We're also looking at the facilities that we currently have, which is not conducive within the current space. We had looked at through the EPWP program of how we can look at deploying artisans that can assist with the repair and renovation of our garage facilities. The last point, National Commissioner, Chairperson, that I would like to raise is that we are looking at increasing the footprint of garages across the country. We at the conclusion of a work study investigation that establishes new garages within some of our inaccessible areas where police stations find it difficult to go to the police garages. So we're looking at one-stop centers where people can, where our members are able to access the fleet and maintenance services much more easier. We've also deployed mobile garages, and that has been really, has received much success because we are able to do our preventative maintenance at the police stations, so that vehicles do not need to come into the garages. We currently have a fleet of 43,000 vehicles, of which 32,000 of that fleet is operational fleet that we deploy every day for policing activities. And we are looking at developing a fleet strategy that will respond to increase our vehicle availability at police station level. This includes, amongst others, an option of looking at a lease or a rental option for our support staff, because there's quite a lot of vehicles that we are deploying to do administrative duties, and we are looking at developing a business case in that regard to see how we can complement the current available fleet to ensure maximum impact to our operational environment. Thank you, National Commissioner. Thank you, Chairperson. I submit.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, General. I've noted the hand of DM Boshielo. I'll come to you now, DM. I'm just going to hand to Dr. Bila if there's anything from IPID side before I go to the Secretariat. Dr. Bila?
Well, thank you, Chair. I think we have covered everything and we are satisfied with our presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Sibui?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I think you are correct. We are also receiving a lot of issues after we had presented the firearms amendment a bill to NEDLAC about a month or more ago. I think what we will then do is to go back to NEDLAC to get a list of all the stakeholders that are part of their consultation program. And then we will then probably have a discussion around it. But let me ask our head of legislations, Advocate Kritzinger, to quickly make a comment around it, Chair. Advocate Kritzinger.
Good afternoon, Chair and honourable members, DMs, and also other senior managers on the platform. Yes, thank you, DG. Yes, in terms of the National Economic Development and Labour Council Act, NEDLAC is mandated to consider any significant changes to social and economic policy or legislation before it's actually implemented or introduced into Parliament. So in considering which legislation NEDLAC would consider, the Executive Director would normally take into account the importance of the legislation, whether there is social dialogue necessary from all the social partners, and whether the engagements in NEDLAC will be enhancing the development of the relevant legislation. So in particular case of the Firearms Control Amendment Bill, when the bill was published, the department received over 118,000 submissions on the relevant bill. And then at that time, upon instruction from the minister as well as the portfolio committee, the drafting team then embarked on a number of consultation sessions with relevant stakeholders in the firearms industry. And then also at that point in time, NEDLAC requested that the CSPS actually table the bill in NEDLAC for further engagement with the social partners that includes business, community, and also labour. So as Director General Sibui indicated, the bill was actually tabled in NEDLAC on the 18th of July of this year. And then the after approval was given by the minister. And then the first inception meeting with NEDLAC was on the 30th of July, whereby the proposals for amendments to the firearms legislation was presented to NEDLAC. The NEDLAC Secretariat then indicated to us that they will now proceed with the setting up of terms of reference and a program for engagement with all the relevant partners. And they envisaged that the engagements will take place towards the mid of September or before the end of September, the engagements will start. Then after that, if any valuable input with the engagement of social partners in NEDLAC will yield any input, then the drafting team will amend the bill accordingly. And then thereafter, the bill will be processed to the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Structures to Cabinet for approval that the bill be introduced into Parliament. And as part of the parliamentary processes, obviously Parliament will then afford persons and organisations again an opportunity to comment on the bill through the publication of the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think that was the only follow-up or new question that we needed to deal with. Thanks a lot, Chair and honourable members and our minister. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sibui. May I then recognise Deputy Minister Dr. Boshielo?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to you once again, DM Matali, National Commissioner, all honourable members. I was just taking your time when you said we are finishing at past. Just to raise a few things. In terms of the firearm, the concern is valid, and even the way the National Commissioner, tried to explain how it should be done or how is it categorized. I think let's give it a little bit of chance And then I think, as he said, you'll see improvement. I'm saying this because, Chair, you and Honorable Lisa were attacked at one stage, and you had to use your firearm. So it's not a question that you are reckless or what, but it was just in self-defense. And I'm very sad today because one of our protectors yesterday, as we're coming back from Michelle's plane in Mfuleni after work, they waited for him at home, and when he parked his car, they pointed gun at him and then took his gun and also his bag. So he's traumatized. I just said he must just go for the doctor to be rehabilitated, to be cancelled, but also to be okay. So I'm just agree with the additional chair, commissioner, that it's not a question of just police losing everything. Sometimes it's in terms of saving their lives, and he could not do anything in that regard. Secondly, uh, I think also as the committee, we might want to move from the four main. I know we are concentrating on the four main provinces, but you have a province like Toyando, Limpopo, Toyando in Limpopo, where is number one in terms of rape cases. And I think maybe the committee can assist us. We are trying also when there as the SAPS to see what is going on. So I think the committee, as a national committee, should be able to also go to this kind of area and assist us in terms of maybe being the third eye at what we do, because every time we'll then be asked about a few station El Dorado, Michelle's plane and what, and then as you know, crime moves and then it moves to other areas. And then one of the members of the community yesterday in Mfuleni, I think it was a pastor who said it is dangerous for our police to stay among them in the same location because they know each other. And then as time goes on, they get used to each other and all those kind of things. But also, if they arrest a lot and what, they can be easily targeted, like they targeted one of our protectors. So maybe let's look as to see how do we protect also our police, because Sunday we had that commemoration. You talked about it, Chair, how it feels. And then some were also suggesting that we should call the army in Fulani. I think Chair, you were there when they said, why don't we call the army? And I think National Commissioner was able to explain that if you call the army don't use rubber bullets, they use real firearms. So if then they're going to shoot at people, we'll be having the portfolio committee, the human rights, everybody on us, the civil cases go coming up and all other things. So sometimes the loss of our country make it difficult for us to be as effective as we would want to be, but we'll still try to continue to support our national commissioner and his management to be able to do their job. The last one is that I think with the performance that we've presented, remember we're presenting for the first quarter. And I think with all the processes that that we had in terms of adopting the budget, it in one way or the other affected also the spending because we were just not sure. And as we go on, years later, we were able to agree. But at that time, I think the first quarter was done. So I think we'll catch up as we go on. And we have noted other questions that has been asked, and others are suggestions, K9s and others. Yes, with the budget that we have, we'll still try our best within what we have. Thank you very much, Chair. I was just looking at the time.
Thank you so much, DM. No problem. Thank you for your input as well. Colleagues, I think we have reached the end of our meeting for today. As I always say, if there's something that was missed, we can follow it up. please share it. We have the ad hoc committee starting in half an hour, so our timing is good, and this afternoon there is a plenary. I would like to afford DM Matale an opportunity to maybe make brief closing remarks from the department side, DM Matale, and then we will close.
No, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon to you and committee members, DM Bushielo, National Commissioner, DG Sibui, and Dr. Bila, Acting Executive Director. We appreciate this interface, Chair, and we appreciate the comments and questions that members have raised with us, the concerns that they have. But we want to assure you and the members that we have the capability and the will to deal with what is before us, which is the levels of crime in the country. The acting minister is leading from the front. Yes, he has just been appointed, but he's not new in the policing environment. He's not new in the fight against corruption. He has been there. He has been leading the Council on Corruption, and he has been MEC for Safety. So he is not new in the space. Excuse me. And the understanding and the approach that we have as the ministry and the department is that we must intensify our policing work. That's why this week we have been here we're here in the Western Cape, led by the minister, the national commissioner, the DGs, and the acting executive director. We are interacting with stakeholders, we are interacting with communities in the Western Cape, and will do so throughout the length and breadth of the country to ensure that we put crime on the back foot. And I'm confident that we are not going to fail in this responsibility. We are on the ground and will continue to do our work. But we thank you very much, Chair and members. You, as we say, you always bring fresh air to us every time we meet with this committee. We come with a particular understanding, but when we rise from our interaction with yourselves, we are wiser and more determined to do our work. Thank you once more for this opportunity, and thank you, NATCOM, DG, and Executive Director for always being available when we are interacting with our public representatives. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, DM Matale. Thank you to DM Bushielo, the National Commissioner, and the team from SAPS, the acting head at IPID, Dr. Bila, as well as Mr. Sibui and the team from the Civilian Secretariat. The meeting is closed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Lisa.
Bye. Have a good day.
Okay.